Profits, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is 10:40 on Wall Street. I'm Nathan Hager. We'll start with this red headline that just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. The United Auto Workers Union is sparing General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis from additional strike locations as contract talks with the Detroit Big Three automakers continue. UAW President Shawn Fain just announced that in a Facebook live stream. Right now, Ford shares are down 0.9%. General Motors is adding to its declines, down 1.3%. Stellantis is moving higher. Those shares are up about 0.5% right now. As for the market as a whole, it's mixed, with the S&P up 0.1%, up 4 points now. The Dow is up 139 points, or 0.4%. The NASDAQ is moving lower. It's down 34 points. That is a drop of 0.25%. Still seeing big moves in the Treasury market, with the 10-year up 14/32, bringing the yield down to 4.63%. We have seen a lot of swings in fixed income this week after yesterday's hotter-than-expected inflation data. The 30-year jumped up to 19 basis points. Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research coined the phrase bond vigilantes, and he says they may be back.
Supply clearly matters, and supply is a result of fiscal profligacy. It's fiscal policy is out of control. Monetary policy has actually been doing its job. I don't think the bond market or the bond vigilantes really have an issue with the monetary policy authorities. It's really, you can see they can't even get a Speaker of the House.
And yet Yardeni of Yardeni Research says he expects yields to trade in the 4.5% to 5% range. Again, the 10-year is at 4.64%. NYMEX crude is up 3.6%, up about $3 at 85.91 an ounce, 85.91 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate. COMEX gold is surging, up 2.4% at 19.28 even an ounce. The euro 1.0507 against the dollar. The yen is at 149.68. Health insurers are gaining. United Health lifted the lower end of its 2023 profit guidance this morning on lower than expected medical costs. Right now, United Health shares are higher by about 2%, and the S&P 500 Managed Care Index is up 1.9%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Matt.
All right, Nathan Hager, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We're broadcasting live from Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference. We're at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora, Colorado. Matt, tons of big banks reporting earnings this morning. You know who we need to talk to is Allison Williams.
Yeah, absolutely. Our number one go-to source on the big banks. Allison is here with me in the Interactive Broker Studio, and what a morning we've had in terms of earnings. We had BlackRock come out, we had Wells Fargo come out, JP Morgan, PNC Financial, and Citi. All of them beat, at least on the bottom line. Allison, what stands out to you?
So maybe I'll start with BlackRock. They were the first to report. They had a rare quarter of outflows, but it really was tied to low-fee institutional. So we think that there's limited earnings impacts there. So we're less worried about them. From the three big banks, beats. So net interest income coming in better than expected. I would say this is consistent with a lot of the optimism that we felt in late September. The issue really, though, for the banks is 2024. So we're happy that there's upside to 4Q. We have a higher run rate entering next year, but with expectations that previously suggested the Fed could be cutting soon. Now that's being pushed out. We're even talking about hikes. That poses risk to the outlook. On the other side of things, credit. I mean, wow, the credit beat at JP Morgan was pretty tremendous. Analysts expected about $1 billion of reserve building. They actually had a net release. So the better economy, better than expected, right? Like a year ago, we were talking about recession. The economy's coming better. There's rate risk, but the credit is also holding up better.
So I wonder what they're making in terms of rates on an average loan compared to what they're paying. Correct. In terms of average rates. I know on a checking account, you're going to get like 0.2%, and if you need a mortgage, it's going to be 8%. So that's a killer spread.
Right. So what we've seen in the past year, a year ago we were talking about higher rates are good because we saw the yield as you said, what customers are paying them when they borrow, that repriced pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And the deposit costs have come later. That's cutting into the net interest income, but not as much as expected. So I think a lot of banks were excited in September, or at least alluded to the fact that things were trending better, stabilizing. Again, the question is, does that sort of reinvigorate and funding costs go higher?
Well, we thought after SVB that there would be, a big war for deposits and that costs would rise, but it really hasn't happened, has it?
Well, it hasn't. It has to some extent. So we did see further increases in deposit costs, but at a slowing rate. So investors are always sort of looking for that second derivative. And so that's where we're getting the positive news. The other thing I would point to is good cost control. We did see higher than expected costs at Wells Fargo, but part of that was severance, so that could imply a better run rate for costs. They do have some good efficiency measures. JP Morgan, their core costs coming in better than expected. That guidance, again, also better than expected. Loans is the one area that was a little bit weaker than we thought a few months ago in terms of commercial loans. But what these big banks are benefiting from is card. So JP Morgan, Citigroup, aside from Capital One, they have some of the biggest card exposures out there. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, to a lesser extent, but still better than those regional banks. And so I think the loan portfolios and the net interest income trends might not, necessarily repeat for those regionals.
Hey, Allison, commercial real estate. What are the banks saying about the commercial real estate exposure? Is this going to be a problem for them?
It is going to be a problem, but it's overwhelmed this quarter, I think, by all the positives that I talked about. But most significantly, Wells Fargo, they're the biggest commercial real estate lender. They had said in September that, a year ago, 18 months ago, they were concerned about specific pockets and specific cities. Today, that risk has broadened out. They are taking reserves, so we did see reserve building for office commercial real estate. On the other side of that, JP Morgan taking a reserve release in home mortgage. So we're seeing reserves for commercial real estate and office. We're seeing reserves for card. As I said, there's growth there, so they're reserving for that. But we're seeing some offset. JP Morgan talked about some of their economic assumptions changing, and that is really the driver in terms of the provisions coming in better than expected.
And at the same time, Jamie Dimon says these are the most dangerous times in decades. I guess he's talking more about geopolitical risk than he is about the economy.
I think he's talking broadly, but it's at the margin, right? So their assumptions are a bit better, but they're still conservative. So they still are, writing more conservatively, but maybe a little bit less worried than they were last quarter. And I think Jamie's comments go to, the fact that we really are in unprecedented times for a big reason. And to me, I think the biggest factor is, we've never seen central bank balance sheets have this huge buildup. We don't know what that unwind is going to look like, and I'd be surprised if we didn't get a surprise, right? No one knows what that's going to look like, and so this is a very different cycle. Again, the consumer, very different cycle. Normally, we would not be seeing card growth fueling these banks. We would that
in itself has to be a concern, right? That means that more and more consumers are putting more stuff on credit cards, and they're not paying their balance off right away. So they're rolling them over, even though interest rates on credit cards are extremely high.
So at this point, it's more about they're growing loans, and so they want to reserve for it. Card, it is normalizing, but still it is normalizing, but still very, very strong, I would say. The one thing to watch for consumer is that spending is slowing, but they're still using up those deposit balances.
Allison, great talking to you as usual. Allison Williams runs our bank coverage here at Bloomberg Intelligence, and we had a ton of bank earnings out this morning, all of them better than expected, at least on the bottom line. There's some nuance, obviously, there, but that has led to, for the most part, gains. Paul?
All right, we've got some nice movements here, so we'll keep on top of these earnings. Well, more coming up. This is Bloomberg. at some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Good morning. Microsoft has closed its $69 billion takeover of Activision Blizzard. The company cleared its last hurdle after UK competition regulators signed off on the agreement. CEO of the Competition and Markets Authority, Sarah Cardell, says the restructured deal cleared up their concerns.
Microsoft have brought forward this fundamental concession, this fundamental restructure of the deal, which now puts all of the cloud streaming rights in relation to Activision's games content, all of the games that are available now, but also any content that's created over the next 15 years. And those rights are put in the hands of Ubisoft, an independent competitor. And that breaks the stranglehold that we were concerned Microsoft would have over this important cloud gaming sector as it develops and emerges.
Shares right now up just a fraction. We're now getting word that the big three car makers have been spared from new strikes from United Auto Workers members as talks progress. Now, the news comes after Ford said its offer of a 23% pay raise is the best it can do. More from Bloomberg's Steve Potisk.
Ford made the comments that it has nothing left to give after the UAW escalated its nearly month-old strike by walking out of Ford's largest plant late Wednesday. The union has said Ford's current offer is higher than those from General Motors or Chrysler parent Stellantis.
But the UAW says corporate greed is to blame. Bloomberg reports the 10 people who have served as CEO of Detroit's Big Three since 2010 have collected more than $1 billion in compensation. Now, meanwhile, wages of U.S. auto workers have declined around 17% in that same time frame. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets, decidedly mixed out there. The S&P a little bit lower here, off about almost 0.2%. The Dow up 0.2%, but the Nasdaq off about almost 0.7%. So red and green out there in the equity markets here as the market digests a whole bunch of earnings here coming out of some of the big banks. Yields pull in 10-year Treasury off about 6 basis points, 4.63% on your 10-year Treasury. Looking at crude oil, that's the big mover here today as Israel gets ready for its retaliation, making some news today. WTI crude oil is up 3.7% here, $86 per barrel on WTI crude oil. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Amy Morris.
All right, thank you, Paul. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio is going to give it another try. His office confirms Jordan will again run to be Speaker of the House now that his fellow Republican Steve Scalise has withdrawn from the contest. Jordan's challenge will be to win over Republican moderates. Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferry says we'll just have to wait and see what Republicans do next.
It's not clear that the Republican Party can get 217 votes for anybody at this point, and that there will be at least 4 or 5 Republicans who will say no way. And that doesn't leave us with any clear plan B or plan C at this point.
The vacant speakership means Congress is not able to act on most major issues, including government spending and aid for Israel. Now, in Israel, the military has ordered evacuations in Gaza ahead of a possible ground invasion against Hamas. We talked with Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv.
The United Nations has said that they consider this basically impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences. They say that it is going to be impossible to do it without sort of transforming what is already a tragedy into what they say is a calamitous situation.
Bloomberg's Oliver Crook says the death toll in Gaza alone has topped 1,500 people. Iran-backed Hezbollah is watching Israel's steps and says it is fully prepared for any action when the time comes. The United Auto Workers spared GM, Ford, and Stellantis from additional strike locations as contract talks have progressed. UAW President Shawn Fain says they're entering a new phase of the fight, and that demands a new approach. He says they're not expanding the strike, but they are ready at any time to call on more locals to walk out. There are currently about 34,000 workers already striking 6 assembly plants and 38 parts distribution facilities. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Matt and Paul.
Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Hey, Matt, I want to follow up on what Amy was just reporting here about this auto workers strike here. This has gone on. I mean, as Amy was just reporting there, 34,000 workers already striking 6 assembly plants and 38 parts distribution facilities. This is starting to get really serious for the automakers, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Ford has said it can't really go any higher. It's offered a 23% raise to the UAW and says it's the best that it can do. And if it did go any higher, that would hurt the company financially. It wouldn't be able to make the kind of investments that it needs to make. This is according to Kumar Galhotra, who's the head of Ford's internal combustion business. That is also the highest offer that's come out of any of the big three, as far as we know. So 23% seems to be where the automakers are sticking at the very top end, and we know that the unions want at least 30%. There's a big gulf there, and I'm just not sure how it's going to get worked out.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was chatting with a buddy of mine who manages a kind of a, I guess, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge dealership down the Jersey Shore, and the Jeep Wrangler's, you know, one of their biggest sellers, and they ordered heavy in anticipation of this and kind of over-ordered it, if you will. But even with that higher inventory, they're starting to get concerned here.
Absolutely. Now, that's one vehicle which, I mean, it's an extremely important vehicle for Stellantis, right? They have Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, but Chrysler and Dodge don't really have many products anymore. Yep. And Jeep is huge, but you can't really cross shop. Like if you want another vehicle in the same area, a Bronco, you know, but those workers are striking as well.
Yep. And the Broncos, that's a popular brand. That's everywhere. I opted for the BMW X3, and I'm quite happy with that here. All right, we're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we need to head down to Washington, D.C. We need to check in with Joe Matthew. He's the host of Bloomberg Radio's Sound On and Bloomberg Television's The Balance of Power. He is our go-to voice in Washington. We'll get the latest on the House Speaker vacancy, as well as the Biden administration's response to the war in Israel. Then we're going to check in with Jared Dillian. He's investment strategist at Malden Economics and editor at the Daily Dirt Nap to get his thoughts on these markets. And then it's Friday. That means we check in with the one B. Ritholtz. Barry Ritholtz is going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on what he's doing in these markets right now. But let's kick this whole hour off with our good friend, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. Lows of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. We're down 43.39 right now. That represents a drop of just about 0.3% on the S&P. So that index down 11 now to 43.37. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 34 points, holding on to a gain of 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is down 100. That is a drop right now of 0.7%. Treasuries climb with oil amid signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Right now we have got the 10-year yielding 4.63%, with a 2-year 5.04%. Spot gold up $2.50, up 2.5%, I should say. Gold is rallying $50 the ounce, now above 1,900 at 19.19 on spot gold. West Texas Intermediate crude also surging up 3.8% right now, 86.09 a barrel. Barrel of Brent, the global benchmark, 89.28 right now, higher by 3.8%. Our adjustment will have a whole lot more, take you a lot deeper into the markets coming up in just a moment. Bank earnings front and center today. J.P. Morgan Chase posted another quarter of record net interest income. That stock up now by 3.2%. Citigroup reported better than expected revenue. Citigroup shares up 2.8%. And Wells Fargo beat analyst expectations for net interest income in the third quarter. Wells Fargo shares up by 3.8%. The Labor Department is out with its third and final inflation report for September. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's another surprise showing, but this time to the downside. The import price index registered little change, up just 0.1%. Bloomberg Economics says that suggests disinflation in the goods sector. This week's other price data on producer and consumer costs ran hot. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
BlackRock clients pulled a net $13 billion from long-term investment funds, the first outflows since the onset of the pandemic in 2020. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P down 11 now, dropped there of 0.3, 10-year yield 4.63%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We're broadcasting live from Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference. We're at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora, Colorado. And Matt, right after the show, I'm going to head up to the mountains, Breckenridge, and see how life is there at 9,000 feet.
Sounds awesome. I bet you life is going to be pretty good. There's no snow yet, though, and it's the end of summer, so it's kind of a weird transition time for those towns, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But they have gotten a lot of snow just this week up in the higher elevation, so it's coming.
Yeah, but you're not skiing. And by the way, yesterday we were talking about lift tickets. No. The Disney story was one thing. Prices are going up to $194 a day to go to, Disneyland or Disney World on special days, on holidays, for example, when everyone wants to go. You said lift tickets could be $300 a day in Colorado. That seems exorbitant.
It's extraordinarily expensive, and it just gets higher and higher every year. Then there's the equipment. So, boy, you have to be really committed and have the financial resources to ski. And it's got so expensive here.
All right. Well, I guess you could have made some money in this market this morning if you were long. Stocks were gaining. We've now seen a turnaround just about an hour and a half into trade. So the S&P 500 is down 0.3% or 12 points to 43.37. What's going on here? Let's talk to Jess Menton. She covers stocks for Bloomberg News. And what's wrong?
Well, from a technical perspective, which I know Matt loves to always get into.
The technicals.
Of course. So
were we overbought?
No, not necessarily there. But so 43.50 was a key level coming into this week because that's also where the June lows were for the S&P 500. And from a technical perspective, last week, if you were looking at the RSI on the S&P 500 for the 14-day, that did drop below 30 for the first time since September of last year. And then if you looked at the number of stocks trading above their 50-day moving average last week too, it did at one point drop below 10%, so typically you do see a bit of a bounce back. Wasn't quite as strong if you were looking at the number of stocks trading above their 200-day, but you did see that snapback. But again today and earlier this week too, once the S&P 500 crossed above 43.50, it served a bit as a resistance level, and the S&P 500 kind of struggled for more momentum after that. And once again, the S&P 500 kind of in pre-market trading, if you're looking at futures, it got close to where that 100-day moving average is, around 44.40, but obviously we've come off below that clearly now with the S&P 500 trading around 43.34 roughly right now. So that has been something that's come up in a lot of conversations, but obviously people focusing
technicals, do technicals really matter? If rates are up,
here's
right,
what I'm going to say about that.
The market sells off, and if rates are down, the market comes back.
Look, do what you will with the technicals, but there is money stacked up at these levels. I talk to traders at the exchanges all of the time, so people can disagree with it. That's completely fine, but there is money stacked up at these levels, and this is why people watch them, because there are levels that do serve as resistance and support. So, and what's interesting, like, recently too, is when the S&P 500 was getting close back to 4,200, that there were a bunch of technical levels around there, like the 200-day moving average is a little bit above that, and that did serve as support, and that's when the S&P 500 was oversold and bounced off of it. So, I'm not going to tell people what to take away from technicals, but there are people that stack money against it. That's why it matters, Matt.
And do those people care about the fundamentals, or?
You know what? You do have some people who are completely in the technicals camp, and then you have people who are completely either in the fundamentals camp, and then you have some people who do a little bit of both. And I do know money managers who do a little bit of both, but then again, there are some other money managers who don't buy it and they don't follow the technicals. But
all right, Paul's not here in the studio because he's out in Colorado, but he's
got that headset on. He's looking like he's
were he here, he would say,
game.
"Hey Jess, you had a tough weekend against
of course
Alabama, and now you got Tennessee coming up. What do you think?"
Well, it's interesting because those games between A&M and Alabama are pretty close. I mean, our team's been able to beat them a handful of times over the last decade or so, but it'll be interesting to see how it shapes out, because now I want to say I think the Aggies have won 4 games, lost 2 at this point, and so we'll see. But it's a different.
We'll be rooting for you, won't we, Paul? Are we rooting for the Aggies this weekend?
We will. I mean, absolutely. I'm also fired up for College Station. But they're in Tennessee for whatever they call it there.
So we do.
All right,
schools.
Rocky Top.
I will tune in. Jess Menton, thanks very much for talking technicals with us. Paul Sweeney, back out to you in Colorado.
Absolutely. Hey, Matt, we need to get to our good friend Joe Matthew down in Washington, D.C., because there are a million things up in the air there. Joe Matthew is host of Bloomberg Radio's Sound On and Bloomberg Television's Balance of Power. Joe, let's start with the speakership in the Republican Party. We don't have a speaker, do we? What's the latest?
We sure don't. It's 2 weeks now, and a lot of folks think it could be another 2 weeks, but it's pretty difficult to tell. Even when you talk to members themselves, they don't really seem to know even when they're going to next meet on this, after Steve Scalise withdrew his name from consideration just a day after being quote-unquote nominated as the next Republican speaker. No one at this point has 217 votes to become the next speaker, which is why we're hearing about potential deal-making with Democrats now, something that still feels a bit far-fetched. One thing that is being discussed openly, though, and lawmakers will tell you this on and off the record at this point, is the idea of empowering Patrick McHenry, who's the Speaker pro tem right now in the wake of Kevin McCarthy's ouster, actually empowering him to be an acting Speaker who can help pass a budget and avoid a government shutdown next month.
Seems like nobody can work with this party, Joe.
Yeah,
at least not
including
as a
this party.
whole, right? So I guess the question is, can McHenry work with a big enough part of this party and a big enough part of the Democrats to really get the job done?
Well, I think the idea is that, you know, there'd be a closed end to this. He'd be named acting Speaker for 30 to 90 days. You know, you can't fire me at that point. He works with Democrats, passes a continuing resolution, gets the Israeli funding done, all that kind of stuff, and then everyone goes back to picking a Speaker again. But that would, of course, set up a government shutdown for the end of this year, when a 1% across-the-board cut would take effect. And so we're still, you know, we wouldn't be out of the woods yet. But just getting past November 17th, the date of the shutdown, and fulfilling the funding in the supplemental request for Israel are the two big issues right now. That would at least allow the Congress to function through that period of time.
Hey, Joe, it just seems to me, and I think a lot of others, that given all the stresses that we're seeing around the world in geopolitics and others, that the Republican Party is really doing itself a huge disservice from a political perspective here, shooting itself in the foot here in the minds maybe of the electorate here in the U.S. Is that not the case, or do they not see it, or do they not care?
No, there's great concern about that. Even those who are in the room and can't seem to come to consensus here. When you talk to establishment Republicans, and I'm thinking of, for instance, Michael McCall, who chairs the House Foreign Affairs Committee, longtime Republican, he's from Texas. He was on with us yesterday on Bloomberg, just disgusted. And I asked him, you know, you guys going to meet again tonight? He just let out a long sigh. He said, I don't know, we'll probably keep meeting for hours. I mean, they see the damage that's being done to the brand here, and that's why you haven't seen Democrats come to the rescue. Because they'd like to take the majority back, and it wouldn't take many seats to do that. But yeah, this is a pretty ugly scene on full display, and the whole idea was to avoid this by getting together behind closed doors, letting Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise beat it out. We'll pick the best of the two, but it's just completely fallen apart since then.
Is there anything they can do about the holdouts, Joe? I mean, you talk about establishment Republicans. I'm sure they're frustrated with people like Matt Gaetz, whom you spoke with the other day as well, with people like George Santos, who it seems faces new indictments. I mean, why don't they round up these 4, 5, or 6, I think renegade is probably too nice a word to use, and just throw them out?
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't know how you throw them out, because their votes are needed in this caucus to get anything done. And the problem is, Matt, the holdouts keep changing. Matt Gaetz says, long live Speaker McCarthy, or Jim Jordan, I'll take either of them. I was just never Kevin. And so the names keep changing on a day-to-day basis based on whoever seems to be in the lead here. The fact of the matter is 217 is a long way away. It's not just the 5 or 8 holdouts that we saw fire Kevin McCarthy. Nobody can seem to get past about 100 votes here, and you need 217 to be the next Speaker of the House. So this could really actually go on for some time. If they don't get it done this weekend, we'll be talking about an acting Speaker.
Is there any chance, you know, sometimes I listen to your show every day, and then I'll sit in my car.
I love that.
And I think about, no, honestly, I think it's the best show on Bloomberg Radio. But I sit there and I sort of fantasize about the possibility of a coalition government. You know, I spent a lot of time in Germany. Is there any chance that like 110 Democrats get together with 110 Republicans and they say, this is our new guy?
You know, I love the idea of it. I think it would be fascinating. It would be historic. Maybe it would be exactly what this country needs. But I think the level of desperation would have to get, you know, frankly, a lot worse than it is now. These parties are just not wired to operate that way. We're not used to that. And the idea even of a unity ticket, you know, a no labels ticket with a Democrat and a Republican really freaks people out when you talk about it here in Washington. I think we'd have to get to the point of, you know, like market capitulation. We would have to have true capitulation here in Washington, and I'm not sure we want to see what that looks like.
Joe, we're coming up to a very critical point here in the war in Israel. Israel's looking to kind of make their return move here. What's the Biden administration? What are they saying here? What are they saying to the Israeli government here as they get ready to make their move?
that we have your back for as long as needed. You know, Antony Blinken showing up this week was important. The Secretary of State was on the ground there yesterday in Tel Aviv. We're here with you today, yesterday, and for as long as it takes was the message. And he met with survivors of the attacks from last weekend and some really emotional scenes that we saw. The Secretary of Defense is there today, Lloyd Austin, in Tel Aviv. And, you know, we're already moving money and material. We have stockpiles in Israel for our own use that we're giving to Israel for their purposes here. And we could be looking at, you know, a full-blown ground invasion of Gaza in the next 24 hours. There's a belief that this could be tonight into tomorrow. And so the matter of evacuation is the real story today. They're giving people time to get out. It's pretty difficult, if not impossible, to move 1 million people out of Gaza City in 24 hours here. But the UN is urging that safe zones are created within Gaza and a humanitarian corridor is put in place, because once this starts, it could get ugly fast.
What's the response to the protests today? You know, Hamas has called for a day of rage, and many pro-Palestinian people are heeding the Hamas call, even here in the U.S. What are you looking at in Washington, D.C., and what's the response to it?
Well, I'll tell you what, in Washington, it's really just an increased presence. If you go up to Capitol Hill, you'll see a lot more Capitol Police and a lot more barriers than you would otherwise. They knew this was coming, just like you guys did in Times Square. But the images are powerful. I mean, to see these massive protests break out in capitals throughout the Middle East is something that was expected, frankly. Whether it involves anything that becomes a security threat has yet to be seen. But it's something that people have eyes on here.
Hey, Joe, has the Biden administration, you know, expressed any sense of caution to the Israelis? Because, I mean, I think the concern is that, you know, when they go into Gaza, it could get really ugly in terms of collateral damage and civilians and things like that. Has the Biden administration tempered or tried to temper Israel at all?
I think so, and we heard Lloyd Austin talk about that. He was asked about that today, to say that, you know, the Israeli military is one of the most professional in the world, and the United States expects it to act within the laws of conduct when it comes to war. But look, this is going to be door-to-door, house-to-house fighting. There are tunnels, extensive network of tunnels that have been dug beneath Gaza, and you start thinking of the direction this could go in here. I think that we'll see precision based on the military analysts we're talking with, and we've got a couple of generals who've helped us out quite a bit here at Bloomberg Radio for the duration, who we've got to know through the Ukraine conflict, for instance, who say that this will be precision. You're not going to see a flattening of Gaza, but a building could come down here, a block could be eliminated there. They know where this network is located, and you better believe that there are special forces in Gaza laying the groundwork for this right now.
All right, Joe, thanks so much for joining us. As always, appreciate getting some of your time. Busy times down in Washington, D.C. Joe Matthew, host of Bloomberg's Radio's Sound On and Bloomberg Television's Balance of Power, giving us the latest from the news in Washington, including the Republican Party as it tries to name a Speaker of the House. So far, they have been unsuccessful. And, of course, there's a lot of key legislation that needs to be addressed both domestically and internationally as well. So we'll keep our eyes there. This is Bloomberg. Good morning. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Good morning. Kaiser Permanente and labor unions have reached a tentative agreement. Earlier this month, more than 75,000 Kaiser nurses, pharmacists, and other workers went on strike for 3 days. Wages and staffing across Kaiser hospitals and clinics were key sticking points in negotiations. Without an agreement, unions warned of a larger and longer work stoppage next month. And the first and largest managed care company has opened its books. More from Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti.
United Health boosted some of its annual profit forecast as lower than expected medical costs helped the company beat quarterly earnings estimates. Third quarter profit and revenue beat the street. United Health is the first and largest managed care company to report results, and it's seen as a bellwether for the industry.
Shares right now up about 1.5%. Dollar General has lost its leader. CEO Jeff Owen has stepped down after nearly a year in the role. Dollar General shares have plunged and workforce safety concerns have grown. Todd Vassos, who served as CEO from 2015 to 2022, took back the reins and has agreed to lead the company for a foreseeable future. Now, investors seem to like that news right now. Shares are up about 9%. And the largest maker of chips that run smartphones is cutting its workforce to deal with slumping demand for its main product. Qualcomm is eliminating more than 1,200 positions in San Diego and Santa Clara, California. More than 750 of the cuts are from its engineering ranks. And the cutbacks will begin around mid-December. Checking in with Qualcomm shares, they're down more than 1.5%. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading mixed right now, with the S&P 500 index lower by 11 points, just about very close to the lows of the day, down by about 0.2%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average, though, advancing by 75 points, up now by about 0.2%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is down 112, a drop there of 0.8%. Treasuries are climbing with oil amid signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest developments. 10-year yield now at 4.62%, with a 2-year 5.04%. Spot gold up $52 the ounce to $19.21. That is a gain of 2.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil now higher by 4.3%, 86.44 right now for a barrel of WTI. Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard has been approved by the UK competition watchdog, removing the final major global regulatory hurdle. Again, recapping a mixed day for the U.S. equity market. The Dow higher, S&P and Nasdaq both lower. S&P right now down by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Charlie Pellet, broadcasting live, we are, from the Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora, Colorado. Matt, I will throw it back to you in the big town.
Yeah, I'm here in New York City, capital of the world. Thank you very much for that, Paul. And we want to talk about, what you do in markets when there's so much going on, from geopolitical issues like the Hamas attacks in Israel, and of course we're all waiting for the counterattack, to issues that we face here in the U.S., like Steve Scalise can't even work with the Republicans, so he drops out of the run for Speaker of the House. That's likely going to lead to, or could likely lead to, a government shutdown. But we also need funding for Israel and Ukraine. And then you've got massive swings in the bond market. Yesterday, I think the 30-year bond moved by like 20 basis points, and that caused moves in the equity indexes and everything else as well. Let's go to Jared Dillian. He is an investment strategist at Malden Economics, also editor of the Daily Dirt Nap. And Jared, what do you make of these markets? I guess probably the rates moves are the most interesting.
Yeah, the rates moves are definitely the most interesting, and thanks for having me on. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of bond bears a week or two ago, and there's a lot less today with the war in the Middle East. It's, you know, I think the trend reached just absolute exhaustion. I saw forecasts for 5% on 10s, 5.5%, 6%. People were extrapolating the trend forever. You know, we came in on Monday morning and we had a completely different world. And in an environment where you have huge geopolitical tensions, you know, really what you're looking to do is do things like buy bonds, buy gold, buy oil, and probably sell stocks and buy volatility.
Well, I mean, how hard is it to deal in a bond market when you have this kind of volatility? Do you just stick to the front end, or what's your take?
So I personally have a pretty large position in the front end. And, you know, just yesterday we had a whole parade of, or I guess it was 2 days ago, we had a parade of Fed speakers who said that we pretty much eliminated the last rate hike. And what that did was that really started the clock on when the first rate cut is going to be. And generally after a rate hike cycle, there's not a lot of time before the Fed begins cutting rates again. The longest that the Fed has been able to maintain rates at the highest level was at 7 months, and that was back in 2007. So I think we're going to be talking about rate cuts within the next few months.
Hey, Jared, I was just looking through your notes you provided. One of the things that really jumped out at me was your point here that shorter work weeks will cause lower economic growth. We won't see 3 to 4% GDP growth again. That's a big statement. Tell us what you're thinking there.
Yeah, it's really output is a function of work. It's a function of how hard you work and how long you work and how productively you work. I mean, if we collectively as a country, if we work less, we will have less output and GDP will go down. I don't think that's a really controversial statement. I think a lot of people want to have their cake and eat it too. I think that, you know, we think that we can have a 32-hour work week or a 3.5-day work week and still maintain the same output and the same level of prosperity and standard of living, but it's just not possible. And what's going to happen is that when we as a society start to value leisure time over work and productivity, then we start to look a little bit more like Europe, which has had growth, you know, pretty close to zero over the last 15 years.
But it's lovely. I'm here to tell you, having just lived in Germany for the last 6 years, it's much less stressful. What about the downside, Jared? I mean, if we don't grow 3 to 4%, does that mean we also won't have big recessions, or do we have to deal with big recessions without the growth?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is that the U.S. has really leapfrogged most Western countries in terms of wealth in the last 15, 20 years. I mean, our per capita GDP is about $60,000, and throughout Europe, it kind of ranges between $35,000 and $45,000. I mean, you know, the United States has become fabulously wealthy. It is more stressful. You know, I'm stressed out. I work pretty much all the time. You know, I work a full day and I go home and I sit on the couch and I do more work. And that's kind of what we do as a culture.
Yeah, me too, pretty much. It's a little bit of a bummer, but I like work. Not everyone is that lucky. Talk to me about your view of the economy and the slowing that we're seeing here, because you talk about having your cake and eat it too. Paul wants to see a soft landing and lower rates.
Well, somebody told me early in my career, like 20 years ago, that there's no such thing as a soft landing. But having said that, we've been on recession watch ever since the curve inverted 16 months ago. 16 months ago, the yield curve inverted. So we've been on recession watch ever since then, and we haven't had a recession yet. I believe that we will. I don't believe that it will be severe. Certainly not on the scale of what happened in 2008, which is really the last real recession that we got. We had a technical recession during the pandemic, in the early days of the pandemic, and we had a little bit of a slowdown in 2015. But we haven't really had the downside of the business cycle in 15 years. And a lot of people have forgotten what that feels like. Now, what's happening right now is that the yield curve is steepening pretty quickly. And as you know, when the yield curve inverts, it signals that a recession is going to happen. And when the yield curve steepens, it is actually happening. So we should be seeing signs of that relatively soon.
Hey, Jared, talk to us about your thoughts on oil here. It's had a lot of near-term volatility here due to some geopolitical issues, certainly over the last week and then over the last several months. What's your maybe intermediate to longer-term call on oil?
I don't think that I have a really strong opinion. I mean, there's the people who work in the energy space full-time. The axiom is that you generally want to fade geopolitical events. My memory of this is pretty hazy, but there was something that happened in Iran 3 or 4 years ago where oil spiked, and that was the high, and it never came back to that level again. I think this time is a little bit different. The conflict in Israel really opens up a whole bunch of possibilities of things that could go wrong. I think, if you were a trader, buying some far upside calls in oil might not be a bad idea. We could walk in one morning, it could be 20% higher, based on Iran's involvement or something like that. So in the short term, I'm definitely bullish.
Isn't this time different for everything? Allison Williams was just telling me about Jamie Dimon's comments on world danger and saying, we're in an unprecedented situation in terms of Fed balance sheets. And I was thinking, we've been in an unprecedented situation for like 15 years.
That's always the case. That's always the case. It was funny. I was on Twitter the other day, and my friend Porter Collins, who's one of the figures in the Big Short movie, he's a friend of mine, and he tweeted that the end of quantitative tightening is probably near. We've been rolling off the balance sheet for the last year and a half, and it hasn't really helped the situation with rates, because when the Fed's selling $3 to $5 billion in treasuries every day, it puts a lot of pressure on the yield curve. But I thought that was a pretty smart comment. I think it is likely that we will end QT sometime in the near future.
Yep. All right, Jared. Thank you so much for joining us, Jared. I really appreciate it. Jared Dillian, he's investment strategist at Malden Economics, giving us thoughts on these markets here. And again, the day started off with some pretty strong numbers coming out of some of the big banks, led by JP Morgan, but pretty much across the board, the story there was, better than, or very strong, let's call it very strong, net interest income, and that's what you expect with rates spiking so much higher. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Amy Mars.
Thank you, Paul. Protesters have marched against Israel in Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Iran as the Israeli military urged an evacuation of the northern part of Gaza, all in preparation for a possible ground invasion of that territory. More on this now from Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv.
We're talking about moving potentially 1 million people, almost half the population of Gaza, from the north to the south in what is already one of the most densely populated parts of this planet.
Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv tells us the death toll in Gaza has topped 1,500 people, rather. The death toll in Israel is at least 1,300, most of them civilians. Hamas called for a day of rage across the Muslim world and mass protests against Israel today. In response, Israel's National Security Council and Foreign Ministry warned Israelis and Jews across the world to be vigilant. Law enforcement agencies across the U.S. are also on alert. Unconfirmed reports from French media say a teacher was killed, children injured in a stabbing in a school in northern France. Preliminary elements of the investigation say the suspect shouted the Arabic phrase Allahu Akbar, or God is great. Now that Steve Scalise has dropped his bid to be the next House Speaker, his fellow Republican Jim Jordan is going to give it another try. Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferries.
Steve Scalise's candidacy didn't last really more than 24 hours. He's known as someone who can count votes, and I think he immediately saw after a few hours after he was picked that he didn't have the votes, and members were coming out. You had enough members saying that they would never vote for him.
Now, it is not clear what the next steps are going to be for House Republicans. The vacant speakership means Congress is not able to act on most major issues, including government spending and aid for Israel. They are scheduled to be meeting it again in about half an hour. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we've got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both in the red right now. Stocks are falling, treasuries rising as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Left traders searching for the safest corners of the market. Gold is surging. Right now, we have got an ounce of the precious metal above $1,900, $1,920. It is up 2.8%. Gold now surging by $52.24 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil surging 4.4%, $86.57 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, now back at 89.59. That is a gain of 4.2%. Stocks are trading mixed. The S&P 500 index down 11, drop there of 0.3%. The Dow up 56, up 0.2%. NASDAQ down 120, a decline there of 0.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down 0.9% as big tech sells off. J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo all reporting earnings this morning. Citigroup reported better than expected revenue as rates and currencies traders posted their best third quarter in at least 8 years. Reaction to Citi's earnings from Ken Leon, the Director of Equity Research at CFRA.
This was a good quarter. It shows that there's a progression of the restructuring, and yet some of their core franchises, such as consumer and treasury services, are doing quite well. So I think on an operational basis, we would give them an A.
And you can hear more of that conversation with Ken Leon on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Among bank stocks, Citigroup up now by 3.4%. J.P. Morgan up 3.7%. Wells Fargo, after earnings, up now by 3.9%. Recapping a mixed Friday here. S&P lower by 13, a drop there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pello, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We are broadcasting live from Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference. We are at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora, Colorado. Matt, back to you in NYC.
All right, we are set to welcome in Barry Ritholtz. He is the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. He is also the host of our very popular podcast, Masters in Business. And he has a website that I look at a lot called The Big Picture. You can find that at ritholtz.com. Before we get to the disappointment of Amazon for you, Barry, I want to ask about paraskevidocatriophobia. What is that?
Fear of Friday the 13th. It's a common thing that, traders are superstitious. Human beings are superstitious, and every now and then, look, the math on the 13th is it's going to come up just about once a year, and yet people seem to freak out about it. I think a little less these days. There's enough real things to worry about and to freak out over, but lots of people are a little get a little nervous on days like today.
Yeah, we've got a ton to worry about, from war to the U.S. Political situation. There's a lot of news in the market today with all the bank earnings out. But before we get to all that, or I don't even think we'll have time to cover all that. What's your story with Amazon? You've been disappointed for a while, but now it's worse.
So let me put this into a little bit of context. I've been an Amazon customer since 1998, when my college roommate gave me a gift certificate. I was long out of college by that time. And for the most part, I've been completely delighted with Amazon. Jeff Bezos had an idea that we're just going to absolutely make everybody thrilled to death with our service, and that's how we're going to capture market share. They never worried about profitability. They figured, let's just build this thing out till it was a monster, and we'll figure out how to monetize it down the road. Well, here we are down the road, and all the things that made Amazon so wonderful as an online retailer they've been going away, and that's really unfortunate.
What specifically has gone away? I click a button and like 15 minutes later, I got a package on my doorstep.
Well, look, we could start with delivery. If you remember back in the day, it was, you had to get up to $25 for free 2-day delivery, and then it was $35. And then they rolled out this thing called Prime, where, hey, you get free 2-day delivery no matter what you bought. And then it was free next day delivery. And then on occasion, it's free same-day delivery. And that was, again, part of Bezos's approach to continually delight the customer. Well, Bezos is gone. There's a new sheriff in town. And I don't know if you've noticed, if you go to order something on Amazon, hey, you can have it delivered Tuesday is your Prime Day, or Wednesday for all these deliveries and less packages, or next Friday. I'm like, but today is Thursday. What aren't I paying $169 a year for next day delivery? So that was one thing. And then the second thing is the search. And the search has gotten much worse. If you look for an item, even I'm sitting with a Duracell battery, the 2032 lithium battery, which is a standard battery for car key fobs. But if you punch that into the Amazon search function, you can get a whole bunch of advertisements for different batteries. It's like, no, my BMW says this is the battery I need. Why are you showing me 8 other things? And that's really the big problem, is Amazon is just so festooned with ads. It's hard to navigate what used to be a clean, simple page. You wanted to find something, you found it, you clicked buy, it showed up the next day. That Amazon really doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, the user experience is so poor. I always like to search for, I want to find goods that are made in America in some way, shape, or form, because every time I look for something, I see like that product offered by 10 different brands, all with names that sound like they were made up by pharmaceutical companies, and each and every one of them comes from China. It should be called China Online rather than Amazon. And I don't have anything against China. I'm just trying to find things that were put together by people who wanted to do the work they were doing with a little bit of pride, stuff that feels quality. You just can't find any of that on Amazon.
So you're touching on another issue, which is third-party sellers filled with knockoffs and counterfeits. And again, in the good old days, you kids get off my lawn is what keeps running through my head. But a couple of years ago, you go to Amazon, you knew who the retailer was. In this case, it was Duracell. You knew Amazon was shipping it from somewhere in they were the ones in charge. And you knew they stood behind the product. If there was an issue, you could return it. That's the other thing, is now returns are hit or miss. It's not disclosed on that page. You got to go digging to find out if any one item is returnable. Hey, listen, I'm going to Amazon because of their reliability. If I wanted to buy crappy knockoffs from China from third-party retailers, I know how to type eBay into my URL bar. That's not what I go to Amazon for. If I want cheap junk, there are other places I can find that with. And that's really the big change. At one point, there was a bit of a vetting process and stuff showed up. It's not, there's a reason why China is looked a little askance. I order a lot of dog food and a lot of treats and toys. And I've learned I want that made in America, because every 6 months, it seems, there's some scare about poisons and toxic things and poorly made products made in China for pets. So if you're going to buy, milk bones or dog treats, you have to look for that made in USA, because otherwise you have no idea what the heck is in that.
Yeah. Well, now I actually started this segment thinking, what's wrong with Amazon? And now I hate Amazon too. Barry Ritholtz, the host of Masters in Business, and of course the founder and CEO of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Thanks very much for joining us. Also, Paul, Barry and I are starting a podcast about cars starting next week. Me, Barry, and Hannah Elliott.
Nice.
It's called Hot Pursuit.
Sure. That sounds awesome. I'll be listening in on that. This is Bloomberg. at some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. A state in the West is set to take action to block a deal between Kroger and Albertsons that they say could hurt consumers and workers. Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe has that story.
California looking to block the merger of the nation's two biggest grocery chains. The state's attorney general preparing a lawsuit to stop Kroger's $25 billion acquisition of Albertsons. Kroger says the deal will bring lower prices to customers and secure union jobs.
Now, both Kroger's and Albertsons are down just a fraction. Microsoft has closed its $69 billion takeover of Activision Blizzard. The company cleared its last hurdle after UK competition regulators signed off on the agreement. CEO of the Competition and Markets Authority, Sarah Cardell, says the restructured deal cleared up their concerns.
Microsoft have brought forward this fundamental concession, this fundamental restructure of the deal, which now puts all of the cloud streaming rights in relation to Activision's games content, all of the games that are available now, but also any content that's created over the next 15 years. And those rights are put in the hands of Ubisoft, an independent competitor. And that breaks the stranglehold that we were concerned Microsoft would have over this important cloud gaming sector as it develops and emerges.
And checking in with Microsoft now, it's down about 0.8%. Well, first, Netflix ended its DVD service. Now, Best Buy says it won't be selling them. The retailer is ditching DVDs both in-store and online. It's starting next year. Now, the company says it gives customers the opportunity to explore new technology. Don't worry, you can still get them at Walmart, Target, and Amazon. Best Buy shares right now down about 0.5%. I'm Lisa Mateo.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets here, pretty much red on the screen across the board. S&P 500 off 0.5%. The Dow's pretty much unchanged, but NASDAQ taking it on the chin, off 1.2% here. Yields still coming in a little bit, but not as much as before. We got the 10-year Treasury at 4.63%. And as we've been calling out all day, WTI crude oil having a major move higher on the geopolitical risk coming out of Israel and the Gaza Strip, up 4.5%, $86.59 on WTI crude oil. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get World and National News with Amy Mars.
All right, thank you, Paul. In Israel, the military ordered evacuations in Gaza ahead of a possible ground invasion against Hamas. We talked about this with Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv.
The United Nations has said that they consider this basically impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences. They say that it is going to be impossible to do it without sort of transforming what is already a tragedy into what they say is a calamitous situation.
Bloomberg's Oliver Crook says the death toll in Gaza alone topped 1,500 people. Iran-backed Hezbollah is watching Israel's steps and says it's fully prepared for any action when the time comes. The United Auto Workers spared General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis from additional strike locations, with contract talks progressing. UAW President Shawn Fain spoke earlier today on a Facebook live stream.
We're entering a new phase of this fight, and it demands a new approach. We're done waiting until Fridays to escalate our strike. Today, we're not announcing an expansion of our strike, but we are prepared at any time to call on more locals to stand up and walk out.
There are currently about 34,000 workers already striking 6 assembly plants and 38 parts distribution facilities. Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, is poised to shatter records for a concert film this weekend and has a shot at being the biggest U.S. debut of 2023, extending a box office resurgence driven by female icons. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow has the very latest.
The movie documents Swift's still ongoing Eras Tour. Welcome to the Eras Tour. It's projected to generate as much as $145 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada during its opening weekend, according to Box Office Pro. But demand was so strong that the release was moved up a day to yesterday, signaling that the film could outperform expectations. Warner Brothers' Barbie was the biggest domestic debut so far, opening up at $155 million in July.
This has been the most extraordinary experience of my entire life.
Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg. Paul and Matt.
All right, Amy Mars, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt, I need more information on this podcast. You, Barry,
me and Hannah Elliott.
What's going on?
Yeah, so Hannah Elliott, as a lot of our listeners will know, covers luxury cars for Bloomberg Pursuits. She lives out in Los Angeles, and she drives pretty much everything that matters. I also drive a lot of different cars. Usually every week I test out a new car from the big manufacturers. And Barry Ritholtz, he buys all those cars. So me and Hannah, we test them, and then Barry puts them in his garage. So we're starting a new podcast. It's going to come out every Saturday. So a week from tomorrow will be the first one, called Hot Pursuit. And we're going to cover the most important news in the industry. We're going to cover the most important releases in the industry. And we're going to talk about a lot, I think, about collecting cars, because it's really a huge investment opportunity, a potential investment opportunity, especially as we phase out internal combustion engines and go towards electric and hydrogen and like push bikes or whatever we're going to end up on. I think a lot of the cars that you see driving around right now are going to end up being classics.
Yeah, that sounds like right up your alley. Got a couple other folks that are really into cars as well with Hannah and Barry, so that sounds good. We'll be on the lookout for that. Matt Miller talking cars. Who would have thunk it? S&P 500 off 0.5% here. WTI crude oil up 4.5% here. $86.60 for WTI crude. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Jennifer Rhee, Senior Legal Analyst covering antitrust with Bloomberg Intelligence. There's a lot of M&A activity out there. Regulators are looking at Kroger, Albertsons, Microsoft, Activision, Exxon, Pioneer. Lots to talk about there from a regulatory perspective. And then we're going to check in with Karen McCall. She's the Senior Vice President of Wealth Management at Commonwealth. She's going to join us here on site at their conference out in Colorado. We'll talk about these markets. Sam Millett, Director of Fixed Income at Commonwealth, also going to join us here. Talk about the fixed income business here and where they're seeing some opportunities. But first, let's kick everything off with Charlie Pellet.
Much Paul Sweeney, and here's what's going on. Stocks trading lower across the board. We begin with headlines from the Middle East. Hezbollah says it attacked 4 Israel army posts near the border with Lebanon. That, according to the group's Al-Manar TV, Hezbollah said it responded to Israeli strikes on several southern Lebanese villages. Stocks are trading mixed right now. The Dow has been swinging between gains and losses. Right now, Dow Jones Industrial Average, little changed, up 4 points, up less than 0.1%. The S&P lower by 21, down 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 158, a drop there of 1.2%. Stocks fell, treasuries rose as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza left traders searching for the safest corners of the market. Gold surged the most since March. Right now, an ounce of the precious metal is higher by $55 the ounce, up 2.9%. Gold at $19.2391. West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 4.5%, 86.62 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, at 89.72. Barrel of Brent up by 4.3%. So the S&P 500 index down 20 right now, a decline there of 0.5%. Tough day for big tech. The Nasdaq 100 index now down 180 points, a drop there of 1.2%. As for the market backdrop, Jared Dillian is investment strategist at Malden Economics. He was a guest right here on Bloomberg Markets.
You know, we came in on Monday morning and we had a completely different world. And in an environment where you have huge geopolitical tensions, you know, really what you're looking to do is do things like buy bonds, buy gold, buy oil, and probably sell stocks and buy volatility.
And you can hear more of that conversation with Jared Dillian on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Earnings this morning from JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. All three are rallying. JP Morgan Chase up now by 3.3%. Citigroup up 2.6%. Wells Fargo up by 3.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Looking at these markets here, kind of making a turn here for the downside here. The Dow is up just fractionally, but seeing a little bit of weakness out there in the market as Charlie was just reporting. Let's see where the action is under the hood. There's lots of earnings out there. There's lots of stories out there. So let's bring in Bailey Lipschultz. He covers all the equity markets for Bloomberg News. Bailey, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Paul, we are seeing the macro trump the micro so far, with major averages down just off of their session lows, as you mentioned. Energy and utilities really leading to the upside, but we are seeing Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, all providing the biggest drags on major benchmarks. But big earnings did beat expectations. So JP Morgan right now up 3.3% after topping estimates. United Health, ticker UNH, the largest health insurer, up more than 2% after beating. Progressive, the insurance company, ticker PGR, up 7.4% after topping expectations. You've got Wells Fargo, Dollar General up after CEO news, ticker DG, Citigroup, ticker C, up 2.6%. So a lot of this kind of bifurcation, if you will, within the market, where we are seeing investors getting out of some of those bigger companies. But you know,
that's a surveillance word, bifurcation. We don't use that past 10 o'clock. What is the macro that's concerning here? Is it the idea that PPI was hotter than expected, CPI was hotter than expected, UMISH inflation expectations hotter than expected, so the Fed's going to have to raise again?
Partly that, and then you look at the auction we had yesterday, which was pretty poor, and that drove major averages down.
The 30-year auction.
Exactly. And when you're looking at kind of expectations, though, for the Fed, we're now back to looking at that WIRP function, WIRP, on your terminal, back to about a third of a chance for a rate hike later this year or in January, lower than what we were edging towards more of a coin flip yesterday after that economic data. But it does seem like the uncertainty around everything going on in the Middle East, uncertainty about being long into the weekend, as we talked about at 10 o'clock, Matt, you've got crude up 4.6%, Brent up 4.2%, gold rallying back above 1,900 an ounce. It really does seem like investors may be taking a bit of risk off the table into the weekend and going into kind of more of earnings season as
it's
that
so
accelerates.
interesting. I mean, Paul, look at your WIRP function, and the market just continues to fight the Fed. Yep. We had the dot plot released at the last meeting showing that the average expectation for the terminal rate at the end of this year was 5.6%. Now, if you look at your WIRP function, the implied rate never gets even to 5.5%. 12 out of 19 Federal Reserve board members said they expect one more rate increase this year. The market just doesn't buy it.
Yeah, I think the issue is, I don't know, they do it at their own risk, because I think the Fed has been very, very consistent in their messaging here. So I would say to bond traders, do that at your own risk, man.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Yesterday, we did have a huge swing in the long end, 20 basis points up on the 30-year yield, and that drove markets down. Today, Bailey, yields are off a little bit, right? I mean, you look at the 10-year, we're down as investors buy that debt to 4.6269%. How important are yields to, where we settle, where the equity indexes settle out at the end of every day?
I think it's pretty crucial, Matt, and that's really been comes back to the whole debate of whether micro or macro matters more. And again, when you looked at expectations coming into today with big banks kicking off earnings, there was such a big focus on could they meet and beat expectations. They did. We opened higher. There was a lot of optimism at 9:30 through the 10 o'clock hour. But as more events unfolded, as people kind of had to grapple with the market ending the week higher, and that uncertainty around being long into the weekend really kind of sunk in, you saw major averages turn lower. And that's really been one of those things. A big thing that we track on the equities team, and as someone who spends a lot of time thinking about equity capital markets, the VIX back close to 20. So we are seeing volatility creeping in and investors really kind of weighing where they want to have exposure going into a weekend that, again, does just present more risk, more potential for events to unfold that could throw markets into maybe a bit of a tailspin this time on Monday.
All right, so real quick here, I mean, what's the expectations for earnings coming up here, Bailey, over the next couple of weeks, just real quick?
I think people are optimistic. I think that's the big thing. Well, whether we'll hear analysts or management teams talking up strength in the consumer is going to be a key thing to keep an eye on, and whether they can allay any concerns around slowing consumer spending will be critical. But again, all eyes are on the Fed and everything happening in the Middle East right now.
All right, Bailey, thanks very much. Bailey Lipschultz there talking to us about stocks. He covers equities for Bloomberg News. And we are, after a big day of earnings today, looking forward, I think, to the weekend here. Before we get to it, Microsoft has completed its $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard, going against what Lina Khan and the FTC wanted, even fighting back against UK regulators. And I mean, there was a point when I thought this would never get done, but now it has. Jennifer Rhee covers all the legal back and forth for us at Bloomberg Intelligence, and she joins me in the Interactive Broker Studio. Wow. They've really, I guess they showed regulators, huh, Jen?
Well, they did it. It took a long time. And I don't know if I would say that they showed regulators, because honestly, if you think about it, the UK CMA pushed them to make essentially a divestiture, we'll call it an exclusive license, that they probably really wanted to avoid, which was 15 years worth of transferring the rights for the cloud gaming for the Activision games to Ubisoft. So for 15 years, that's in Ubisoft's hands and not Microsoft's. And I think they held that out. I think that was
So the UK regulator got what they wanted.
They did.
But it seemed to me that the FTC, that the Biden administration wants regulators to put a stop to big mergers.
Right. And
Period. Right?
The FTC is not done.
Yeah.
So, this deal's probably done. This deal's closed. It's probably going to stay closed. But the FTC is not done. They're still challenging the deal on two tracks. They're both appealing the federal court decision that denied a preliminary injunction, and they're also pursuing internal litigation against the deal. So this could go on for a couple more years. The Microsoft's actually fighting to not have an order to unwind the deal.
And we will hear from the Activision CEO, Bobby Kotick, at 12:30 here on Bloomberg Radio. So stay tuned for that as they close that deal, move towards closing that deal. Jen, as Matt was saying, there's a lot of stuff out there for you and, the litigation folks and the antitrust folks to really focus on. The most recent deal I wanted to get your opinion on was Exxon Pioneer. It's a big deal. How do you think the regulators are going to look at that?
I think that deal's going to get scrutiny. You said it's a big deal. It involves Exxon. It's a sensitive area, oil and gas. But I think in the end, it's probably okay. I don't see how the FTC challenges it. I mean, this is really a combination in the Permian Basin where there's a lot of competition still, a lot of other biggies. And most of the companies' holdings in this area, which is called the basin, it actually comprises several basins, are not really all that close to each other. And combined, they'd have about 15%. So I think it's going to get some scrutiny, and it could take some time. But I think eventually this will get cleared.
But I wonder why the FTC seems... I mean, why can we count on them to oppose big M&A? What's the idea behind that?
I think that essentially this is an FTC that sort of has a generally, I don't like to say this because it really shouldn't be this way. And they say they'll deny this, but they really tend to think that big is bad. The bigger the company, the more power it has, the more dominance it has, the more ability it has to engage in anti-competitive actions that could harm consumers, that could harm labor, that could have all sorts of different harms.
That sounds like a fair take, actually. I mean, in the abstract, right?
Well, in the abstract, that's the thing. In the abstract, it could be a fair take, but you really have to look at these deals one by one. Because if you take the position that any big deal is bad, that any kind of merger and consolidation is bad, what you're not thinking about are those deals that can be pro-competitive and can have efficiencies and can ultimately actually be good for consumers, right? So you're really just discounting any of that. And it's kind of just a blanket application across the board that simply may not be the case. It may very well be the case for some of the deals that they're looking at now, and some of the deals they've tried to block and actually have been able to block in the past. But I just think that to look at everything across the board that way probably is a mistake.
I wonder how Microsoft, Activision... I mean, by the way, that deal's completed. It's done. It's not like they're looking to close it. It's closed.
It's done. It's closed.
But if I think about it, Microsoft, a gigantic behemoth that owns the Xbox, one of two video game platforms, has now bought the maker of Call of Duty, the most important video game that exists, right? So, I mean, they're vertically integrating.
They're vertically integrating. They were vertically integrated already. They're vertically integrating more. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what the economics of this deal shows. Is there an ability and incentive by Microsoft to keep all those Activision games to itself and not supply these games to their distribution competitors, to forego the licensing fees that they would get from that, to have the customer bad will of gamers that have the other options and would like to play the game and now can't, which side is better for them. And what was proven in court was that it didn't make sense financially in the long run for Microsoft to withhold these games from its competitors. That's essentially what the judge found.
Right, more people play video games on
Exactly.
PlayStation than Xbox, Sony's PlayStation, and they definitely want to play Call of Duty on that platform.
Exactly.
And if Microsoft didn't allow them, that they would be looking at a lot of lost revenue.
No, that's right. And I also think that there's still, if you look at market shares just in gaming, the companies that devise and create and produce these games, there's still a lot of competition. You know, globally, Activision isn't one of the biggest players. Right, it has Call of Duty, which is a very popular game. But who's to say that there's not another game that's going to come along in a year or two or in 5 years that surpasses that?
All right, let's go from gaming to supermarkets here. What's the status of Kroger Albertsons?
It's not looking good right now. You know, the companies seem to be trying to play ball. They're talking about divesting stores in order to get antitrust clearance to a company called CNS. But it's looking like the FTC might end up suing. This was sort of what I thought early on, and now we've also heard that the California State AG is thinking about doing the same. So it looks like if the companies want to get this closed, they're going to have to end up winning at court.
That doesn't seem, I mean, it seems like an easy fix here just to say, hey, here's our geographic overlap, and we'll divest these.
Right, and that's essentially what the companies are doing. And because of that, Paul, I actually think they have a good shot at winning in court in front of a judge. But this particular FTC was very skeptical of remedies generally, any kind of remedy, whether it's structural like this, divesting stores, or whether it's just behavioral promises like Microsoft had offered up. And in this case, the FTC is particularly skeptical because there was a big grocery deal years ago in which many stores were divested. This was Albertsons and Safeway, and it failed spectacularly. The buyer of the divested assets went bankrupt, and Albertsons ended up buying back a bunch of the stores that they were supposed to divest. So there's particular skepticism in this industry that this can work. And this is a lot of stores. You're talking up to 600 to be divested to CNS, which is primarily a wholesaler.
What are the other deals that we need to be watching out for, Jen?
Well, look, we're going to trial later this month in the JetBlue Spirit Challenge. I know Paul has talked about that one a bit. He's skeptical about that one, but that starts trial October 23rd. It's going to go about 4 weeks in Boston, so that's coming up. And we still are kind of waiting around to see what happens with Adobe and Figma. This one's been dragging on, and the DOJ's been really quiet about it. We know the UK and the EU are investigating that deal as well and possibly have some concerns. And the Department of Justice may be just sort of biding its time because the deal cannot close while the UK and the EU investigations are ongoing. But I tend to think there's going to be a lawsuit there too.
All right, Jen Rhee, that's good business for the attorneys, if nobody else. Jen Rhee, she's a senior legal analyst. She covers the antitrust business for Bloomberg Intelligence, and she's been very busy recently looking at all these big deals around here, namely Microsoft Activision, which has closed, but I guess there's still some litigation around there. All right, looking at these markets, still looking at red on the screen. The S&P is off about 0.4%. The NASDAQ's off about 1%. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. It was a busy morning for bank earnings. JP Morgan posted another quarter of a record net interest income and boosted its forecast for the year. Wells Fargo beat analysts' expectations for net interest income and raised its guidance. And Citigroup rates and currencies traders posted their best third quarter in at least 8 years. David George is a senior research analyst at Baird, and he says it shows the resiliency of their business models.
Despite all the machinations of rates and credit and capital, the earnings stream and the revenue streams of these banks is actually quite annuity-like or utility-like in nature. So we feel pretty good so far to start these earnings season.
Bank of America is scheduled to report on Tuesday. Checking in with the big three right here, we have JP Morgan up 3%, same for Wells Fargo. Citigroup up about 2.5%. BlackRock clients have pulled a net $13 billion from long-term investment funds and added $15 billion to the firm's cash management and money market funds. Now, it's the first outflow since the start of the pandemic and a sign that investors have preferred to keep cash on hand while interest rates remain high. BlackRock shares right now down about 1%. Well, from financials to entertainment, the world of Frozen coming to Disney.
Let it go, let it go.
had to do it. Yeah, the Hong Kong Disneyland Resort will be the new home of the first Frozen-themed land. Now, visitors will get to see landmarks from the animated film series and enjoy a restaurant serving Nordic-inspired foods and 2 rides. It opens on November 20th. Disney shares right now, well, they're down just a fraction. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo.
Connection lost.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Choppy trading session with the Dow now up by 108 points. That is a gain there of 0.3%. The S&P 500 index does remain lower, down 9 now, down by about 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 124 points, drop there of 0.9%. The Nasdaq 100 down 0.9% as well, as big tech sold off, outweighing a rally in banks after solid results this morning from JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup. The S&P down 10 now, down 0.3%. 10-year yield at 4.62% with a 2-year that's yielding 5.05%. Gold surging 3%. Right now, gold up $56 the ounce to $19.24. West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher by 4.3%, $86.45 for a barrel of WTI. This will be the last holiday season for DVD sales at Best Buy. The retailer is ditching DVDs both in store and online beginning in 2024. It is a watershed moment for shoppers who once counted the days until the latest releases were available to purchase. Best Buy shares, they're down by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Have a Bloomberg television personality that still uses the disc. So we'll have to keep that a little secret there. We are broadcasting live from Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora, Colorado. Joining me right now, we're right here at the conference, and it's very nice. I can show you the results. Karen McCall joins us. She's Senior Vice President of Wealth Management at Commonwealth, joins us. Karen, we've seen a lot of the investment advisors milling around here over the past couple of days. What do they really need from you guys as they try to manage their business? They've got retail clients, they've got compliance issues, they've got back office issues. I think a lot of them just want to interact with their clients. What do you hear from them?
In terms of our advisors, Paul, is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this national conference, this is a great opportunity to bring our community together. We have over 2,000 advisors all over the country, and they really enjoy coming together in a community like this. We have the opportunity to really share with them the things that we're doing in the home office. We basically, in wealth management, we exist to help the advisors attract, retain, and grow assets. We serve as an extension of their practice, and we're really there to assist them. Their clients' needs are becoming more and more complex every day, and each advisor cannot be an expert in every realm that is necessary for a client. So we're there to help them, to bring that subject matter expertise, to help them navigate that complexity, to be able to choose the right products for clients' needs.
Talk to us about high net worth, ultra high net worth kind of people. It seems like we're getting more and more of those. How do you kind of adapt to some of your the RIA's clients actually getting bigger?
Yes, that's absolutely happening. Our advisors are seeing that on a daily basis. We're seeing lots of opportunities to work with clients at that $5 million threshold and above, and even at that ultra high net worth, which we define at $20 million and above. And you can imagine that at those asset levels, there are all sorts of needs that come into play. It's not just the investment portfolio. It's not just thinking through the asset allocation and the underlying manager selection, but you're also having to bring expertise around tax strategies and protection strategies, how to use some insurance products, for example. We also can help them with estate planning, bring in legal experts where we need to. So it's the way that we've done it is really we stood up an entirely new service within Commonwealth called Private Client. And when our advisors utilize that service, a team of experts from all the realms across wealth management come together to work with that advisor so that we are addressing all of the dimensions of that client's needs.
You know, Paul mentioned that it seems like there's an increasing amount of high net worth individuals. Do you see that in your business as well? Are more and more people very rich and need to invest?
Yeah. Yes, which is a good problem to have. We are absolutely seeing more and more wealthy clients come. A place where we're seeing this is we have a lot of, our advisors have a lot of business owner clients, and as they sell businesses, their financial picture changes radically from one day to the next. And we want to make sure that our advisors are ready to deal with that, to be able to address the needs of an existing client that suddenly comes into an enormous amount of wealth.
How about alternative investments? I've heard some of these advisors say, you know, over the last couple of years, they've been asked a lot more by their clients about private equity, hedge funds, private credit. How has that been growing as part of their business?
We've seen a heightened demand for alternatives as well. And so at Commonwealth, we have a team that's dedicated to the alternative space that really focuses there and has that expertise and is helping our advisors utilize those solutions in the best way possible. We also recently entered a partnership with a company called iCapital, which is basically a platform of hedge funds, private equity, private debt, and our advisors are reacting very well to that and increasingly utilizing the platform.
How helpful is this conference? How helpful is this conference to you, Karen? What are you doing there?
This conference is incredibly helpful. I spent a lot of time in conversations with advisors. I had the opportunity yesterday to update the entire group on all of the initiatives that we have in wealth management. And I think it really drums up excitement when they hear about things that we're doing, like our virtual paraplanner program, which allows them to delegate a lot of the financial planning that they're doing. We also have the opportunity to promote things like our custom trading services, which allows advisors that want to serve as portfolio managers to outsource some of the more administrative tasks like the monitoring, oversight, and trading to our team of experts. So that really allows them to free up time to be able to spend with their clients.
All right, Karen, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And I know Paul really appreciates being out at that conference as well. Karen McCall, Senior VP of Wealth Management at Commonwealth, talking to us about her business, today's investment environment, and the conference that they are hosting out there in Colorado. Now, we've been talking about all day long this Microsoft deal. It has completed its $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard. That deal is now closed. It is done after a nearly 2-year fight with global regulators that threatened to scuttle the deal. It is the biggest ever acquisition in the video game industry, and it gives Microsoft, which of course makes the Xbox consoles, a much more formidable position against rivals, because with the acquisition of Activision Blizzard, it gets one of the most popular video games of all time, certainly in terms of video games sold revenue, and that is Call of Duty. If you ever want to play against me, my gamer tag is Shower Fan, and hopefully I'll get back on the console as soon as I can. We are going to talk to the CEO of Activision, Bobby Kotick. He sits down with Ed Ludlow of Bloomberg Technology. Let's listen in.
For our TV and radio audiences worldwide, it's official. Microsoft's completed its $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard after nearly 2 years fighting with global regulators who threatened to halt and indeed stop the deal. This is the biggest ever acquisition in the video games industry. I'm delighted to bring in Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick. Bobby, good afternoon, and thank you for your time joining us from New York City.
Thanks for having me, Ed.
Bobby, you and I have been talking about the video games industry. We've been talking about cloud, but at the origin of this deal was mobile gaming. And I just ask you to reflect if, now that it's all said and done, Microsoft will be able to make some progress in mobile gaming.
Look, I think there were a lot of great reasons for this merger. Mobile is an important part. I think one of the things that we've all benefited from is, as smartphones became the dominant form of delivery devices for video games, we started to see the democratization of video games. For most of the 30-some-odd years I've been running the company, we made games for consoles and for PCs, and those were really limited to people who are middle-class consumers in developed countries. And over the last 10 years, what we've seen is the dramatic expansion of games to today we have players, over 350 million players in 190 countries. And so this dramatic transformation that's taken place and building this much larger audience of players is something that I think Microsoft will continue to develop and enhance. And we're really excited about the future of gaming as a result.
Bobby, I know that you also engage with the gamers, the community. We asked the questions to the community, what would you ask Bobby Kotick? I think the resounding question is, what is it that Microsoft could offer Activision gamers playing your different titles that you guys couldn't offer on your own if you'd remained a standalone company?
Well, I can't say that there's any specific thing that that Microsoft will offer that we couldn't. What I would say is what's the most important is access to talent. As the market continues to grow, as you see the intensified competition that's coming from so many companies with aspirations to make and sell video games, one of the things that we were realizing is that access to talent was going to be increasingly more competitive and difficult. And it's the same type of talent, AI and machine learning talent, data analytics, user interface and user experience type talent that is now in such high demand. And I think our hope is that over time we'll be able to attract people from the enterprise side of Microsoft to be excited about working in gaming. But I think on a combined basis, it gives us a greater chance to compete against the many, many competitors that are out there today.
That's the technology side, and to all great technologies, there's a cost. I remember you saying that at times, like, Activision wasn't looking to sell, it didn't need to. When this deal came together in the outset, Was it because the financial position had changed and Activision did need to sell?
No, we merged with a stellar balance sheet and strong financial performance. It really was, our principal responsibility is providing a return to our stakeholders. And when Microsoft approached us, they made an offer that was in the best interest of the shareholders. 98% of the shareholders voted for the transaction, and so that's our principal responsibility as a board and for me as a CEO. The exciting thing is that we actually sold to a company that has a history almost as long as ours of making video games. And if you think back to the early years of Flight Simulator, there's a company that has been in the games industry for a long time. People are passionate about gaming at the company. And so when you think about a perfect home for the next, generation of gaming, Microsoft is going to be a fantastic place for our incredibly talented people to have opportunities.
Bobby, how did this deal come together? What's the origin story?
Well, it came together pretty quickly. Satya and Phil gave me a call and said that they were really excited and enthusiastic about this as an opportunity. And is it something that our board would consider? And I, of course, said, yeah, absolutely. And it didn't take very long after that to see the logic of it. It's a perfect combination. And like I said, given the intense competition that you're seeing from, every big technology company, not just, in the U.S. and Europe, but in China and Japan, I think that this gives us, on a combined basis, the opportunities to develop nascent franchises, to take advantage of some of the titles in the library that haven't actually been developed in a long time. Right now it's a really great moment in gaming. There is enormous innovation taking place. We're about to launch a new Call of Duty game in the next few weeks and a new season of Diablo, and you can actually see the changes and the benefits of new technology in games like Call of Duty. We're seeing an expanded reach of games like Candy Crush, which now is probably something like 130 million monthly active users. And so this is just an exciting time to be in the gaming business, and an even more exciting time now that we have this transaction completed with Microsoft.
Welcome to our global Bloomberg television and radio audiences. We're speaking with Bobby Kotick, Activision CEO. But it was announced, Bobby, that you will work with Microsoft under Phil Spencer just through to the end of 2023. This is the biggest deal in video games history. Activision has more than 10,000 staff. Is that enough time? Or I guess my question, why not stay on longer? You have run this company for almost 3 decades.
Well, it's probably appropriate for me sitting here at Bloomberg right now, but Mike Bloomberg is one of the most inspiring philanthropists that I have ever had the pleasure to know. And I just turned 60 last year, and I'm personally really excited about the opportunity to help reform K-12 education, think about how do we reduce hatred and intolerance in the world, focus on bridging relationships with countries like China. So there are these philanthropic interests that I've always had that I really want to focus on and make my priority today.
And a reminder to our global television and radio audience that Mike Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, which of course owns Bloomberg Television. Bobby, 24 hours ago, an industry colleague of yours, Laura Miele of Electronic Arts, who I believe you know well, was on the show. On the close of this deal, EA will become sort of the largest independent studio left. And yet she gave a glowing review of the deal. I'm paraphrasing, but basically said, this puts video games on the map in the context of the entertainment industry. But she also conceded that EA is a target, right? And I wondered if you'd reflect on the years of negotiating with regulators to get this deal done. if you think that an EA can remain independent, or if this opens the door to consolidation.
Well, EA is a fantastic company. I started my career as a developer of software for Electronic Arts, and so I will always have a great reverence and respect and appreciation for the company. It's an extraordinary company, and I think they can remain independent and continue to be as successful as they've been since they were founded in 1983. And we're lucky to have companies like Electronic Arts who have what we have, which is a workforce that is enthusiastic and passionate and so committed to advancing the art form of gaming.
Give me a real answer here, Bobby. That Microsoft buys Activision. Is this kind of the signal of where we're at with the video games industry? That the studios, the creators, have to live within a much bigger technology entity because of AI, the need for cloud compute?
Well, I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, you look at an example of a company like Roblox. It was good example. It was a startup not less than 10 years ago, and they've built an extraordinary business. There's enormous access to capital for video game startups still today. I think, in fact, probably more venture capital has gone into video game companies in the last few years than ever before. The competitive environment still favors great entrepreneurs with big ideas and visions and the ability to execute. And so I think that, whether you're large or small, there's going to be, continued opportunities for innovation and new types of companies. I think for a company like ours, what we just did was in the best interest of the shareholders and our almost 15,000 incredibly talented employees around the world.
So if somebody buys EA, I get it's a hypothetical, it leaves very few options. What do you think that entity looks like?
I'm not sure I really understand the question, Ed.
Well, it took Microsoft to spend $70 billion to buy Activision. If there's going to be consolidation in your industry, and you've led in this industry for 3 decades, right? Who do you think could buy Apple based on your experience? Buy EA based on your, without putting words in your mouth, based on your experience of the last 2 years?
Oh, I wouldn't want to speculate. I mean, there are just so many, business combinations that are possible, and but I don't have an informed view of that sitting here today.
Phil Spencer, what task does he have to take all of the people working at Activision and bring them into Microsoft? Do you think that there's anything he can learn from your company?
Look, we have a fantastic company with an extraordinarily talented workforce. People are passionate, motivated, enthusiastic, excited about this merger, and Phil is an extraordinary leader. I couldn't think of a better person to give the reins to for the business. He is a passionate gamer. He's been involved in this industry since 1989. He's incredibly technically capable, visionary leader. People love working with him, and I think it was actually one of the really appealing parts of this transaction was to know that the people that I've worked with for 3 decades are going to have a leader who is extraordinarily capable and passionate and compassionate and will do a wonderful job leading the combined companies.
We're speaking with Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard CEO, here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. And Bobby, as we discussed, you will stay until the end of the year and then focus, it sounds like, on philanthropy. But to those that don't know you as well, the video games industry and market is huge, but there will be people that don't know your backstory. It started in software, right? It started, there's a tie to the early days of Apple. You've been able to work with Microsoft now, and the story of the year is generative AI. And I wondered if you could just give us some illustrative examples of how you think their work in AI is going to read through to video game development. No matter how niche, NPCs, customization.
Look, AI is going to, and in fact, when you think about the talent that it will be required to move the art form forward and to be able to create new innovation, AI and machine learning are going to be the important new technologies that are going to be transformative for the future types of games that we'll create. There are so many important applications, whether it's generating art or an animation, or onboarding players, or creating greater experiences for players through better tools like player matching. There is an enormous amount of benefit that will come from the evolution of AI. It's the early innings, though, of really figuring out how to translate what is the available technology today into practical solutions for gaming. But I think this is one of the big areas of opportunity for us on a combined basis, because Microsoft is, clearly right now, I think, the leader in AI and machine learning. So, Ed, I wanted to say thank you very much for the opportunity to have me today. I really, really appreciate it. And I look forward to continuing the conversation. And it was very, very generous of you to include me.
All right, Bobby Kotick, Activision CEO for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
This is Bloomberg Technology. Thank you.
All right, that was Ed Ludlow speaking with the CEO of Activision, Bobby Kotick. Of course, Microsoft just completed its $69 billion purchase of the company, and seems like that's that.
That's that. A big, big move in gaming. I mean, you're a gamer, Matt.
Well, I was, I have to say. And Call of Duty was far and away my favorite game. I mean, back in the day, I got my first Xbox, I think, right about 2002, 2003, when I was living in Berlin. And the reason I did is that all of my friends had graduated from college. We were all moved around the world, some living in Detroit, some in Paris, some in Columbus. I was in Berlin. And none of us had enough money to call each other all the time, but you could talk to each other for free on this new platform. At the time, there was nothing else like that. So we would play Halo. That's back when it was the biggest game on the Xbox. And, kind of shoot at each other and ask each other how we're doing. It was a pretty cool combination. And ever since then, I was addicted to that platform. All my friends kept playing. We grew up from Halo to Call of Duty. But, a couple of years ago, I had my first baby, and since then, I really haven't had time to play.
Yeah, I don't think gaming's in your future for the next, 20 years?
Yeah, I guess when I'm having another one, next month. So when she graduates, probably from middle school, then I'll be able to play again, maybe. Anyhow, it's a lot of fun, and a lot of people play it. And the interesting thing about gaming these days...
Matt. We're down here, we're out here, I should say, Matt. We're out here in Aurora, Colorado. We're broadcasting live from Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference. We're at the Gaylord Rockies Resort Hotel in Aurora. I look up at the mountains, and there is snow up there, Matt, at the highest elevations. I'm heading up to Breckenridge in just minutes, so I'll be able to report back on some real-time conditions there. Let's go to our next guest here at the conference, Sam Millett. He's a director of fixed income at Commonwealth. He joins us. Sam, thanks so much for making your way over to the Bloomberg remote booth here. Let's talk about fixed income here. I mean, we've got a Federal Reserve that appears to be at or near peak rates. How do you expect, the next 12 months to unfold in terms of what the Fed does with interest rates?
Hey, Paul. Thanks so much for having me. It's a great question. It's definitely been on the mind of our advisors here at this conference. I like to listen to the Fed when they try to tell us what they're saying and what they're planning to do. So I believe they're going to be very data dependent at the upcoming meetings. Looking at, interest rate probabilities, I'd say that most likely, it seems like we're probably going to keep flat at this the upcoming Fed meeting. But, going forward from there, we're just going to have to watch the data.
All right. So, I think when you talk to your registered investment advisors here, what are you suggesting that they do? What do you suggest they tell their clients about kind of their allocation to fixed income? Where should they go? Kind of duration, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've really had kind of a bias towards higher quality throughout the course of this year, and that's really resonated with a lot of our advisors. Additionally, I think the duration question has been, front and center on everyone's mind after the last couple of years. And looking at most of our advisors, many of them entered the year with relatively low durations compared to their benchmarks. Therefore, seeing them move a little bit closer, higher up in duration, get to market rate duration, has really been the key.
What do you think about the current state of the 30-year? I mean, yesterday we saw it jump 20 basis points, and that's not the first time we've seen this extreme volatility. Is that here to stay?
Yeah, I think it's definitely been a pretty big move in the past couple of weeks when you're looking at long-term rates. I do believe that there's a likelihood we'll see them come down a bit over the course of the next few months, but ultimately, I think it's very difficult to call the direction of rates when you go any further than that.
How about I don't mind taking a little risk out there. I mean, should I be thinking about, the high yield market? Because if I look at the returns year to date across the fixed income spectrum, the only place where I see positive returns is in high yield. And it's kind of surprising to me because, again, the recession talk is pretty prevalent out there. Is it should I be out there thinking about high yield debt here as opposed to just kind of sitting where I am now with my 2-year treasury at 5%?
Yeah, I think, when you look at high yield, the performance this year has been exemplary. It's really stood out, especially compared to most sectors within fixed income. With that being said, we do have some concerns about valuation levels. You look at historical spreads in the high yield space, and frankly, they seem to be relatively low if you're expecting some sort of economic slowdown in the year ahead, which gives us a little bit of pause when we hear questions about should I be moving from relatively, credit safe and shorter duration assets like a 2-year treasury out into the high yield space, because, frankly, I think that there's a really big shift in risk that you're taking when you do that trade, and you have to be aware of the fact that, that can work against you if you jump too soon.
Well, Matt gets on me, my co-host Matt Miller, because I'm sitting here in 2.5-2-year treasuries getting 5%, but he keeps telling me I have to worry about reinvestment risk. So what do you tell?
True, you've been in those for a year. You only got a year left, Paul.
I know. I got to start thinking about it. And so the question is, what do you tell your advisors here about, maybe sitting here in this 2-year paper, or, you can even get a CD these days. You can, a savings account, which my 27-year-old daughter did, which was very good on her part. I'm very proud of that. Versus going out maybe a little bit more duration, taking out some of that reinvestment risk.
Yeah, I've definitely had that conversation a lot with our advisors, because that's something their clients are asking them for a lot. 1-year to 2-year CDs and treasuries have been extremely popular. The only thing that we caution with that is, the idea of a lot of these client requests for this paper, they come in and say, I want to lock in yields at a high rate right now.
Yep.
And while you certainly can for a year or two, if you look at longer term interest rate projections, including those directly from the Federal Reserve, it seems quite likely that those will not be available for reinvestment at similar rates 2 years from now.
Right. All right, Matt, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
So we're just kind of getting the lay of the land there on the fixed income space, and we did that with Sam Millett. He joins us here at the conference here in Aurora, California. That's Sam Millett, Director of Fixed Income at Commonwealth. Matt, I'll throw it back to you, bud.
All right, thanks very much. Now, I want to get down to business here when it comes to those drugs I've been trying to buy. And I'm not talking about anything illicit. I'm just talking about the, what are they called, GLP-1s. We have Matt Henriksen here. He has a note out on the sales trends that defy Ozempic worries. And what are we looking at here in terms of, because Novo Nordisk came out and raised their forecast today. Everybody's talking about Ozempic and Wegovy. Walmart says people have smaller calorie baskets when they are on these drugs. And I'm hoping it'll help me eat less ice cream. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, so I think about a month ago we were talking about this, and the medtech stocks have been seeing a sell-off recently, and so the interesting thing was this weight loss trend that's going on with Ozempic actually going to impact diabetic patients, and this is data from the pharmacy channel, so these are patients ordering their CGMs and their insulin pumps. And right now, through the third quarter, it's still business as usual. CGM growth for Dexcom was up 60% in that channel. Insulet for their Omnipod 5 insulin pump, that was up 80% year over year. So, I mean, you're still seeing strong growth in these products. And so it's showing that the fundamentals for this business model is still holding up so far.
The business model of like making money off people's diseases, right?
Treating. Let's say treating diseases.
So when are we going to get real change here? Because it seems like it's definitely coming. So far, I guess there's just not enough GLP-1s out there to meet the demand, or it's not coming in the form people want, right? I don't want to shoot myself up every week. I'd rather just take a pill.
Well, exactly. And I think what it is the current trend we saw over the last 3 months were not diabetic patients. They were just people who wanted to lose weight. So they're not the ones going to be on CGMs and insulin pumps in the first place. These GLPs have been out since 2017, and you're still seeing strong demand over the last 6 years for these CGMs and insulin pumps.
Is that because I thought about this when I saw the story earlier? Novo Nordisk is $100 billion bigger than LVMH. And I was thinking, well, they are also kind of a luxury product manufacturer, because rich people who just want to lose weight are using so much of this drug that diabetics who maybe need it can't get hold of it.
Yeah, that's a whole different trend. Yeah, exactly. It's just when it's $1,000 out of pocket for the non-diabetic patients because it's off-label. That's a huge cost, and not everyone can afford that. You're absolutely right. It is a luxury good for those patients. But yeah, no, and then it just goes back to these GLPs have been around for a while, and for diabetic patients, it just delays the progression before you need insulin. And even then, if you are delaying the progression, you still need to monitor your sugar levels, and that's where Dexcom and Abbott come in with their CGM devices. So, yeah, it's a crazy world that we're living in right now with the demand for this, and it seems like every other day there's a new indication that's going to be coming out. And so, like this week, it's been for chronic kidney disease. And all the med tech stocks just plummeted, even if they had no exposure to treating kidney disease.
All right, Matt, the question I have, because I'm a money guy, is who really pays for this? How's the insurance going to play out here?
Well, for the GLPs, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, especially when it comes to obesity, it's the question is if the obesity actually lowers your risk of other disease states. So, some of the theories out there is that does lowering your obesity lower the risk of needing a knee replacement or a hip replacement? Does lowering your obesity decrease your risk of needing a cardiovascular event? So those are things that are still going to have to play out. On the device side, the CGMs and the insulin pumps, they're pretty well covered already. Dexcom and Insulet and Abbott have pretty universal coverage in the U.S. It's pretty much an out-of-pocket cost for the patients of maybe $4 a day. And then in international markets, it's the same there as well. So it's a to be seen for the GLPs themselves.
How about when is this thing going to be available in a tablet? That's when this thing is just going to explode.
Yeah, that is also it's interesting to see where that will play out. It probably going to be in the next few years. And once again, yeah, it's the question of will that pick up demand? Because we were just saying you don't want to prick yourself with a syringe every week or every day to kind of get this weight loss effect. So I mean that's something there. But even when that happens, for the diabetic side, these patients are still going to need to have their CGMs. They're still going to need to, patients that are on insulin need to still be on their insulin. And so those devices will still need to be in demand as well.
When am I going to get a pill form of a GLP-1? Because Ozempic, Wegovy, what are the other? Who else makes these things?
Well, Eli Lilly also has their products as well.
But that's going to be injectable too, right?
Yeah. So as of now, from my perspective, I'm not the pharmacy analyst, so I don't know the specifics of when or how, what the mechanisms is to develop that. But yeah, it is something that's in the horizon. And then, every week you hear something new about either new diseases that it treats. So like I said, this week it was kidney disease. In the future, you're right, it's going to be tablets at some point, and that will be much easier for patients, and that, it'd be interesting to see where that goes.
Are we worried about any long-term effects? Has there been enough testing to know that this is safe to take?
Well, it's that's the other thing too. It's there are already warnings coming out about, because the process of the mechanism of the drug itself is it slows the digestive process in the stomach. And so now they're saying, well, was that actually going to if that has any long-term impacts for patients? Diabetic patients, when it was slowing the progression of the disease before going to insulin or having some acute effect, the benefit-risk ratio was, that was okay. Now that you're just talking about obesity, is losing weight at the risk of having stomach or kidney damage going to have is that worth the benefit of losing 15
That's
to
the
20 pounds?
trade-off.
Yeah, it is.
But I really do want to lose 15 or 20 pounds.
Oh, you're not going to do this thing.
No, well, not now. Not if I have to inject it. But if it's a pill, the thing is, I don't want to be stuck on it for the rest of my life. There are some pills I'm happy. I don't mind taking, like SSRIs forever because I'm so happy now. But I don't know if I want to be taking weight loss drugs forever.
Well, that's the thing. Just
you don't want any part of that.
No.
All right, Matt, we're going to let you go there, my friend. Matt Hendrickson, he's a senior equity analyst covering the med tech space for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, Matt, I'm getting ready. As soon as we sign off here, we're going to head up to the mountains and see what
Where are you going,
life's like
Breckenridge?
up there at altitude. Yeah. So we're going to go up there and just kind of check it out for a couple of days and see if I'm going to bring the boys back for skiing later in the winter.
Little hiking. Hopefully you can buy an all-season pass because you don't want to be paying $300 a day.
Oh, jeez. No, but I don't even know what those things go for, so it's big money. But we'll take a look at all that stuff. So, all right. We've been broadcasting this week live from Commonwealth's 2023 National Financial Advisors Conference at the Gaylord Rockies Resort in Aurora, Colorado. We thank them for hosting us these past couple of days. Sound On with Joe Matthew in Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of the new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Palestinians begin evacuating Gaza City as Israel prepares the ground invasion. Welcome to the fastest show in politics with the defense secretary now in Tel Aviv and Washington unable to do much without a Speaker of the House. We're joined by a voice of experience today in James Jeffrey, former U.S. ambassador to Iraq, to Turkey, and to Albania, who helped lead the operation to defeat ISIS. Analysis today from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Mark Short, the former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. So let's get started. We've got a lot to cover. Of course, we begin, as always, on Wall Street with an update on trading from Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, lots of uncertainty heading into the weekend. Right now, we have got the Dow higher, but the S&P, NASDAQ, they are both trading lower. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of those big tech names, down 146 points now. That is a drop of 1%. NASDAQ down 132, a decline there also of 1%. S&P 500 index down 15, drop of 0.3%, but the Dow higher now by 82 points, up by about 0.2%. Stocks fell, bonds rose as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Left traders looking for safety ahead of the weekend. Gold surged the most since March. Oil is rallying. Right now, West Texas Intermediate crude up 5%, 87.07 a barrel. Gold up 3.1% higher by $59 the ounce to $19.27. 10-year yield 4.63% with a 2-year 5.05%. Consumers' year-ahead inflation expectations rose sharply in early October, driving a steep deterioration in Americans' views of their finances as well as overall sentiment. Joanne Shu is the Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan, and she says if you want to look at one reason for the decline in confidence, you got to look to Washington.
The House dysfunction is a continuation of what we were seeing over the last few months with the close call with the federal government shutdown. So I think consumers are absolutely frustrated at the dysfunction in Washington, and they're reserving judgment about how that's going to look going forward.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Bank earnings Friday. Banks are rallying. JP Morgan Chase up 2.6%. Citigroup up 1.5%. Wells Fargo up 2.7%. Again, recapping gold on the move, up now by just about 3.2%, $19.27 the ounce. S&P down 18, drop there of 0.4. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you, and welcome to the Friday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we prepare to speak with Ambassador James Jeffries. I'll bring you up to date quickly on what we know here from Israel. The headline on the terminal says it all. The latest from Israel, UN staff give an evacuation order for northern Gaza. This is it. Israel's armed forces telling the UN to evacuate personnel from northern Gaza, indicating that a ground operation could be coming soon. And that is expected as early as tonight into tomorrow, something we've been talking about for the balance of the week, of course, and a message that was delivered earlier, underscored by Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Here he is.
Please go south. We are going to destroy Hamas infrastructures, Hamas headquarters, Hamas military.
He appeared along with the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, who is now in Tel Aviv just a day after Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, paid a visit. He appeared alongside the Israeli Defense Minister and was asked several times about the potential for civilian casualties, collateral damage inside Gaza City. Here's the Secretary.
I've worked with Israeli forces over the years, over many years. As you know, I wore a uniform for 41 years. My experience in working with the Israeli forces is they are professional, they're disciplined, and they're focused on the right things.
Now, as we follow the travels of the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, remembering yesterday he was in Tel Aviv, where he met not only with government officials, beginning with Benjamin Netanyahu, but also survivors of the attacks last weekend. Today he is in Qatar, where he appeared with the Prime Minister in a joint news conference, asked as well about this very same matter.
Israel has the right, indeed it has the obligation, to defend its people and to try to ensure that Hamas can never repeat what it's done. We continue to discuss with Israel the importance of taking every possible precaution to avoid harming civilians. We recognize that many Palestinian families in Gaza are suffering through no fault of their own, and the Palestinian civilians have lost their lives.
As we've told you, he also will be visiting Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and a few other stops along the way as this itinerary expands, making his way through the region. Could be some very challenging optics if this invasion does begin with him on the road. And that's where we start our conversation with James Jeffries, chair of the Middle East program at the Wilson Center, the former ambassador to Iraq and Turkey, the special envoy for the global coalition to counter the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIS, of course. Mr. Ambassador, it's great to see you, and we appreciate your joining us today to share your experience and your view here. And I'd like to start in that same place as we look at what's going on here and the potential for this to escalate. Is this not the very scenario that you've spent your years worrying about seeing actually happen?
Absolutely. I've been involved in many wars, conflicts, exchanges of fire, bombing raids and such in the Middle East. That's par for the course. This one is different. Like the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago, where Egypt and Syria almost overran Egypt, like 9/11, only far worse, like Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East that really can change things and puts countries in existential threat. Israel is an existential threat, not just from the people, civilians killed 10 times proportionally what we lost from terror on 9/11. It was the overrunning of a whole forward Israeli army division by 5,000 roughly Hamas highly trained and prepared soldiers that presents a threat to Israel. It can't deal permanently with that threat while also having threats on its northern border from Hezbollah and from Iran across the Gulf. So Israel has to go in and take out Hamas. That's the order it's given the military to dismantle Hamas. Very similar to the mission that when Tony Blinken and Lloyd Austin were in the Obama administration, they were given to take out the Islamic State. And in both cases, that can really generate civilian casualties. And in the case of this conflict, there's a risk that Lebanese Hezbollah out of Lebanon could intervene or Iran directly, which is one reason why President Biden is so strong and why he sent 2 aircraft carriers to deter other countries from piling on as Israel is focused on Gaza.
Well, what happens in the next couple of days here, and to the extent that this ground invasion occurs, Mr. Ambassador, will tell us a lot, I suspect, about the potential for this to escalate. This is not going to be easy, realizing we have a very well-trained military and a very capable one in Israel. I think to the Secretary's point, this is going to require a good deal of discipline. How concerned are you about the way Israel will conduct this invasion in an area that's teeming with civilians?
Well, look, I have to be really blunt here. When countries are fighting existential battles, they will adhere to the law of war, but that neither requires nor will they make it their top priority to spare civilians. That's the problem with the admonitions they've been getting from the Biden administration. If you're going to take, as Tony Blinken said, every possible precaution to avoid attacking civilians or hurting civilians, you don't invade an area where civilians are being held by the tens of thousands as essentially human shields by Hamas. Hamas could support the evacuation of people. It could place its troops and its installations not inside buildings that people are in, but it does. That's the problem for Israel. It's going to be trying to achieve a military victory quickly. It can't keep 5% of the population under arms indefinitely, with minimum Israeli casualties, while also minimizing the civilian losses, which is why the Israeli Minister of Defense told the citizens of Gaza to move south about 10 miles across what we call the Wadi or Gaza River.
How difficult of a job does Israel have here? This is obviously an entrenched enemy with a network of tunnels beneath Gaza. There are no uniforms that they'll be able to see when they move into the streets of Gaza. Mr. Ambassador, you think about this as a combination potentially of Stalingrad and Iwo Jima with what they're facing.
This is going to be very tough. I'm a former infantry officer. Attacking into a city is difficult. Even if you have overwhelming numerical superiority, which Israel does have, and even if you have air power, armor, and other things that the other side does not have, it often comes down to soldier versus soldier, fighting your way from room to room, as we did in Fallujah in 2004 in Iraq. We lost 100 Marines and Army fighters killed and several hundred wounded. But Israel can do this. It is determined to do this. It is determined to take the high casualties. The problem is, as we saw in the attack last Saturday, Hamas has thousands of highly trained fighters who surprised the Israeli army and overran the front line Israeli positions. So Israel will have to be fairly careful. But this is another reason why they're bombing to such an extraordinary degree, far more than they ever have done in Gaza, as a preparatory step to sending their troops in. They want to discombobulate Hamas's defenses as much as possible. We'll see when they do go in, and I'm sure they will, whether they're successful or not.
Mr. Ambassador, Iran says that a new front is possible, quote, if Israel war crimes continue, unquote. Do you read into that? What do you expect to happen once this actual invasion gets underway and the images are on screens around the world? What is Iran's next move?
Okay, let me be cynical here. The images will infuriate and outrage Arab populations in countries like Saudi Arabia and the Gulf and Jordan that are friendly to America and basically Israel, as well as European publics. Iran is going to be delighted at these pitches, as will Lebanese Hezbollah, the Iranian vassal state in southern Lebanon, because they want Israel to get a bad reputation. The key question for Israel and for the United States is, will they intervene militarily? I don't think so. First of all, the Israelis have now mobilized 360,000 troops. They're on the alert. They won't be surprised. It'll be much, much harder to attack Israel. Secondly, and even more importantly, President Biden has committed the U.S. Essentially, in concrete terms, to come to Israel's defense if Hamas or Iran intervene. That's the purpose of the 2 aircraft carriers. That's the purpose of the Air Force aircraft sent there. And he's justified in doing so. There are hundreds of thousands of American citizens in Israel right now. As we saw last Saturday, they are targets as well. So I think that will deter Iran and Hezbollah. I think that if it does deter them and Israel succeeds, the Middle East will be, in the long run, a safer place. But those are many ifs.
Huh. Well, that's fascinating. So you don't see a northern front opening, and in that world, the Gerald Ford carrier group does not get involved. This ends up being contained to Gaza City, however many days or weeks it takes for this mission to be done, and we're over. Is that your best case scenario?
Sure. Under no circumstances did the United States intend to have our military forces engage in the Gaza fight. It was rather to allow the Israelis to concentrate their forces in the south, was to help the Israelis by containing Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran, and Iranian militias in Syria. There are several fronts Israel has to watch. I think that is working. And to say that the carrier battle group won't get involved because it will deter combat, frankly, that's one of the best uses of our military force, is not to fight, but to stop fighting from happening. I think this is going to work, but I've been wrong before.
Well, how about the diplomatic component here? This is where your experience comes into play as well, Mr. Ambassador. The Secretary of State is on his way to Saudi Arabia. Can this potential partnership, this new deal with Israel, be salvaged?
It is frozen. It can be salvaged under several circumstances. One is the humanitarian losses are not too great. A lot of that depends on how much time Israel gives the population to move south of the Wadi Gaza. It is physically capable of doing it. It's 10 miles. And secondly, whether Hamas allows them to do so. If most of the population can get out of the way, you're still going to have civilian casualties, just as we had in the fight against the Islamic State. But they will be kept under control. The Saudis will appreciate that. Other Arab states will. But importantly, if Hamas is destroyed, believe me, the Saudis will be happy. These are the Saudi enemies. The Gulf states will be happy as well. And if the United States has shown that it stands by its partner, be it Israel today or Saudi Arabia tomorrow, believe me, that is extremely valuable currency in the insecure and unstable Middle East we have today.
This will not end up with a treaty being signed on the deck of an aircraft carrier, as they say, Mr. Ambassador. How will we know that this is done with regard to Hamas?
That is a difficult question always to answer, unless it is something like the signing of a peace treaty or the end of the Kuwait War in 1991, where they sat down at a table. Yeah. We have not formally ended our battle against the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. We still have troops in both countries. We still do operations against them. But what we know is that they no longer occupy territory. They no longer control 9 million people. They no longer can field 30,000 troops. They can't launch terrible attacks to Paris, to Berlin, to Cannes, to Brussels. That's the kind of victory on the ground that you can sense. But even then, and the Islamic State's a good example, you have to be present, you have to be wary, you have to keep on hitting them, even when they have been all broken up.
Sounds like this is going to be a long-term story and something we'd like to stay in touch with you on. Former Ambassador James Jeffries, now at the Wilson Center. Thanks for the insights. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the day, choppy trading. We've got the Dow just dipping back into the red with the S&P down 26, a decline there of 0.6%. NASDAQ lower by 167 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 1.2%. The Dow lower by 10, swinging between gains and losses, lower now by about 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.63% with a 2-year at 5.08%, 5.05% on the 2-year. Spot gold up $59 the ounce to $19.28. A surge in gold up 3.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 5% right now, up $4.09 a barrel, 87 even on WTI. Stocks fell, bonds rose as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Left traders looking for safety ahead of the weekend. Qualcomm, the largest maker of chips that runs smartphones, is reducing its workforce to cope with lackluster demand for its main product. Now, according to submissions to the California Department of Employment Development, the company is eliminating 1,258 positions in San Diego and Santa Clara. Qualcomm shares right now are down by 2%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed now. The Dow higher by 10, little changed. We've got NASDAQ down 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Fascinating conversation on the situation in Israel with the former ambassador James Jeffries. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington here on Bloomberg Sound On with the word from Israel that it is time to evacuate. That includes the United Nations now from northern Gaza. We're seeing an exodus. It's just a question of how many people can get out before a ground invasion begins, and we're told that could be any time from tonight into tomorrow, but it should be an important weekend in the trajectory of this conflict as we assemble our panel today. Glad to say in studio with me in Washington, D.C. is Mark Short, the former director of White House Legislative Affairs, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. It's great to see you, Mark. Thanks for joining.
Joe, thanks for having me on.
On set here in New York, we have Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano. You made it to Friday, Jeannie. It's great to see you, and thanks for all the insights this week. And we are far from being done here as we pick up the conversation from Ambassador Jeffries. We've heard from Antony Blinken today, Mark. We've heard from Lloyd Austin, both asked directly in news conferences about protections for civilians in Gaza City and the ability to get people out, not just hostages, but any civilians as they seek some sort of humanitarian corridor here. How concerned are you about some very challenging optics in the next 2 days?
Yeah, Joe, I think it's going to be more than the next 2 days. I think that this is probably going to be a war that's prosecuted for a few weeks, and I think that a question here domestically, I think you can commend the Biden administration for the way they've stood by our cherished ally. But as that prosecution continues on for weeks, and their voices within the squad, they become louder. How does the Democrats Party stay united behind Israel or not? But I think this is not going to be a matter of 2 days. I think it's a matter of a couple weeks.
Sure. That won't make it any easier as we go, I'm sure. So speak to me about that period of time. I mean, we're talking about war fatigue in Ukraine almost 2 years into that conflict. How much time and how much understanding will Benjamin Netanyahu have here in the U.S. as he conducts this war?
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of support, frankly, and I think he deserves that support. But I think it's as it continues on and images come out of the devastation that happens, will that support continue to be with them? And right. I think there's also a question: is this limited to the Gaza Strip? There's no doubt that Iran has been funding Hamas and has been providing the resources for Hamas's terror attack against Israel. And so will they limit this there, or will there be also attacks upon Iranian assets? I think is a question that is unanswered at this point.
Jeannie, Ambassador Jeffries was quite sobering when he talked about this, making it clear that protecting civilians is not the priority here for Israel as it wages a war to eliminate Hamas. How worried are you about what we're about to see?
Extremely worried. There are just no good options here. And, the ambassador made a really important point that I, hope everyone reflects on, which is that, we really don't want Israel and the United States to fall into any trap set by Iran, set by Hamas, set by Hezbollah. And what do they want to do? They want Israel to get into a quagmire once again in the Gaza Strip. And that is a fear because we've seen this show already and we've seen how it ends. And to your point, if they do that, of course, the number of casualties, the pictures coming out, that is exactly what Hamas is banking on. And, amongst everything else that happened in the last week or so, one thing we should note is that they had a very sophisticated social media campaign coming out of Hamas from the time this terrorist attack started, and it continues today. That is not going to let up. That is going to intensify. And so, when your enemy wants something, don't give it to them. And I think we have to hope there's a way, and it's no easy way, Israel can figure out how to ensure that they don't do what the enemy wants them to do. And I think that's a concern for all of us as we watch this unfold.
Listen to Yoav Gallant, who appeared earlier today. This is the Israeli defense minister, appeared in a news conference with Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, is in Tel Aviv today. When he was asked about the connection between Iran and Hamas, the official word from the U.S. is there's no hard evidence to show that they helped to plan or encourage this attack. Lloyd Austin reiterated that today. His counterpart in Israel sees it differently. Listen.
Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas is one axis, an axis of evil. Everything is directed generally from Iran. The permission is given by Iran. The money is supplied by Iran. And the ideas are shaped in Iran. Therefore, it doesn't matter if they give or didn't give the permission.
Mark, the administration is being heavily criticized for its posture with Iran. We've had any number of Republican lawmakers. Just last evening, Bill Hagerty was really admonishing the administration for instance, the $6 billion that was part of the prisoner swap recently that has apparently been refrozen or wasn't something. It's kind of hard to understand the actual status of what's happening in that bank account. But I wonder if you see this White House as needing to say more. You've got the Secretary of Defense delivering a very different message than the Israeli defense minister on this.
Well, as I said, I think the administration has stood by Israel after the attack. But having said that, I do think that there was an appeasement effort that emboldened Iran to fund Hamas and gave Hamas a sense that they could take this attack at this time. Whether or not it's the $6 billion in assets that were unfrozen, whether or not it's the constant begging for Iran to come back to the table to sign a new Iran nuclear deal, whether or not it's turning the cheek when Iran has been providing drones to Ukraine. This administration has continued to offer a sense of appeasement. And when you look at the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, it definitely emboldens our enemies. And I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Jeannie, I know you don't agree with that, but what could this White House have done differently to not help create the narrative that Mark is telling?
Yeah, I do think there is a narrative surrounding the $6 billion, and we likely see the Senate pursue that, as you talked about, when they come back to town next week. I don't know that we should be as concerned right now about the narratives. I do think when this goes forward and we have some distance from it, there is going to be a lot of, second guessing what happened. And I think much of that is going to fall on the government of Benjamin Netanyahu, not necessarily the United States and not necessarily Joe Biden. So, yes, we should think about the $6 billion. I don't necessarily have a problem with refreezing that. But this idea of a blame game seems to me to be all about politics at this point. And, Mark mentioned early on, what we're hearing, which is that a concern about what the squad and those people say. There's also a concern about what Donald Trump is out there saying. He's out there calling Hezbollah smart. He's out there attacking Benjamin Netanyahu just hours after a horrendous terrorist attack on his nation. So I think the idea that we politicize any of this is not for the moment. And so, yes, the White House may need to rethink its approach to Iran. I agree with that. I'm not opposed to that. But I do think that the blame, if there is any blame to go along, it's going to fall squarely, obviously, on Hamas. It's going to fall on Hezbollah. Should they get involved, it will fall on Iran for any of that. Yeah. But Benjamin Netanyahu's government is going to have to think about what they did to those reservists to divide the military over there. That's where the blame is going to have to fall. And the Israeli people, when it is time, they will be able to go to the ballot box and hold whoever they think is responsible in their own government responsible. And Americans can do the same thing.
I'm going to give you a chance to respond to that.
Well, I agree. I think that Donald Trump's comments were inexplicable.
What did you make of that approach?
It was inexplicable. I mean, it's like at the time when our most cherished ally is under attack, it's the worst time in the world to be providing a cover for our enemies or criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu.
Is he speaking for himself or some wing of the party?
I think it's really candidly, I think it's more personal and selfish. It relates to the fact that Netanyahu called Biden after the election victory.
That's what this is, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. This is awfully predictable sometimes. Great to have Mark Short with us here in Washington and Jeannie Shanzano in New York. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg Sound On. We'll keep you up to date on things as we turn next to the fight for Speaker. We do have a bit of news here. Someone else raised their hand. We've been in touch with them. We'll hear about it next. Denise Pellegrini, though, first on world and national news in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hey, Denise.
Yeah, Joe, we just have a ton of stuff going on. You've been talking about a lot of it. Saudi Arabia now has paused diplomacy to normalize ties with Israel because of the fighting. Israeli-Hamas war intensifying. Israeli troops carrying out fresh raids in Gaza. Hamas officials say dozens have just been killed in Israeli airstrikes on convoys fleeing Gaza City after Israel told people to evacuate. That's ahead of what many expect will be a ground invasion, as you've been talking about. Hezbollah carrying out fresh attacks on Israeli army posts. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at an Israeli airbase watching a U.S. Air Force C-17 with American munitions for Israel.
You're playing a big part in a really, really important endeavor here. And the Israelis are doing what they need to do to protect their sovereignty and protect their people. They're going to need to do a lot more. They're going to need a lot more stuff.
Yeah, Austin also saying he has this message for anyone wanting to take advantage and widen this conflict. He says, do not. Paul Lipps, Tel Aviv University professor, telling us Israel sees this war as a true war of survival for Israelis.
We actually believe that if Hamas had managed to get a little bit further into the country, it would have been the end of the state of Israel.
And Lipps with us there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Hamas calling today a day of rage across the Muslim world. Protests around the U.S. taking place, including in Times Square this afternoon. A lot of tension there. Other global flashpoints. The U.S. says North Korea has delivered arms to Russia for use against Ukraine. U.S. condemning that move. And, of course, the fight intensifying among Republicans for House leadership. Representative Jim Jordan, one of them. And also we have word Austin Scott is now challenging Jordan. Global News 24 hours a day. I'm Denise Pellegrini. And this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, it's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Lows of the day, another leg lower right now on the S&P 500 index, down 33 points as we head into the weekend. Lots of uncertainty. We've got the S&P down 0.8% right now. 43.16 is where we stand on the S&P 500 index. Dow Industrials down 35, a drop there of 0.1%, while the S&P, as I mentioned, down 0.8% now. NASDAQ lower by 204 points, a drop of 1.5%. 10-year yield 4.63% with a 2-year 5.05%. Spot gold up 3.2%, up $59 the ounce to 19.28, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 5% right now, 87.06. Gold and crude rallying amid uncertainty about events in the Middle East. Stocks fell, bonds rose as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza has left traders looking for safety ahead of the weekend. The Labor Department has released its third and final inflation report for September. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's another surprise showing, but this time to the downside. The import price index registered little change, up just 0.1%. Bloomberg Economics says that suggests disinflation in the goods sector. This week's other price data on producer and consumer costs ran hot. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Citigroup all gaining after solid earnings. J.P. Morgan Chase up 1.9%, Citigroup up 0.8%, Wells Fargo up by 2.7%. Recapping, we've got the 10-year right now 4.63%, a surge in gold and oil. Gold up $59 the ounce, up 3.2%. S&P 500 index down 25, down 0.6%. The Dow just updates you, reversing course, now higher by 12, up less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
It's been a different headline, a different storyline every day this week in the race for Speaker, actually a couple times a day, depending on the day that you point to. Now, we see the headline on the terminal, Jordan revives bid for House Speaker after Scalise withdraws. And that is where we are right now with Republican members in the House back behind closed doors in a very important conference meeting. And they'll give us a better sense of whether we're working all weekend on this here after Steve Scalise bowed out late yesterday.
I just shared with my colleagues that I'm withdrawing my name as a candidate for the Speaker designee. If you look at over the last few weeks, if you look at where our conference is, there's still work to be done. Our conference still has to come together and is not there. There are still some people that have their own agendas. And I was very clear, we have to have everybody put their agendas on the side and focus on what this country needs.
A lot of different agendas. He says people need to start looking in the mirror as we reassemble our political panel. Mark Short is with us, former Chief of Staff, Vice President Mike Pence, former Director of White House Legislative Affairs, with a grasp of both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. And in New York, G.D. Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst. Mark, this has been remarkable to watch this on an hour-to-hour basis. And we've had several lawmakers, including Michael McCall, the chairman, said yesterday, Nicole Maliotakis said yesterday, we don't think anyone can get to 217. How do we get out of this world?
It's incredibly dysfunctional right now, and it's a dangerous time to be so dysfunctional when the world is aflame in the Middle East. But I do think this gets resolved next week, and the reason I say that is simply the reality is that right now the Senate is not in.
Yeah.
And once the Senate comes back next week and actually begins passing funding for Israel, that puts a lot more attention and focus on the dysfunction in the House. And I think it'll be a forcing function to get this resolved early next week. But I think it's been a couple of really difficult weeks. And I think if you go back to the genesis of the effort from the 8 who partnered with Democrats to dethrone Kevin McCarthy, they presented this as some sort of fiscal crusade that they're on. Many of these members have voted for omnibus bills, voted for continuing resolutions. Matt Gaetz even this year proposed an earmark in legislation. Like, this wasn't really a principal fight. This was a personality-driven fight. And candidly, I think it's because the House Ethics Committee into Matt Gaetz is still ongoing about his effort to transport minors across state lines for prostitution reasons. And so that's really, I think, at the root of what Matt Gaetz's anger was at Kevin McCarthy. It's not really about fiscal sanity.
Those allegations are being heard before the Ethics Committee. Do you expect that something will be pursued under another speaker?
Oh, yeah. I don't think at this point any speaker can unwind that investigation until it gets concluded.
Jeannie, there's a lot of talk about Democrats playing a role in this, but I'll tell you what, every time we talk to a Democratic lawmaker, they say, no, we're not going there. The majority is responsible for picking a speaker, and I'm in lockstep here with Hakeem Jeffries. So now there's been another conversation. Could there be some moderate, say, New York Republicans, just enough to vote for Hakeem Jeffries as speaker? Is this just silly talk or something that we should be taking seriously?
You know, in this environment, I think we have to take every possibility seriously. I don't see that in the offing in the short term. But since it's Friday, I have to share with both of you that somebody sent me a TikTok. And I think this speaks to sort of where all of our heads are on this, saying, if you want to get to 217, maybe have Taylor Swift marry the potential speaker, because she was able to unite people into the NFL and watching it. She will be able to unite Republicans, and that'll get us moving forward. So I think that's about where our head is, because, you know, last night, the idea that Scalise just withdrew sort of surprisingly, even though he was losing support all day, and we are back to square one. This is a rudderless caucus. Democrats have very little incentive to make it seem less chaotic. But I agree with Mark, you know, if this thing drags on and the Senate comes back, there's going to be more incentive to move forward. And I would just say, Joe, when you said who can get to 217 last night, Republicans were saying whether it was Jesus Christ or Mother Teresa, neither one of them could get there. So, you know, these poor people trying to get there, I feel for them.
It's starting to feel like it, Jeannie. I wonder, Mark, your thoughts on what we're hearing from Liz Cheney about Jim Jordan, who tweets today that Jordan was involved in Trump's conspiracy to steal the election and seize power. He urged that Pence refuse to count lawful electoral votes. If Republicans nominate Jordan to be Speaker, they will be abandoning the Constitution. They'll lose the House majority, and they will deserve to. She made similar remarks last week in a university address, and I wonder if you have a view on Jim Jordan and his ties to January 6th.
You know, I actually think a lot of Jim Jordan. I think he's a strong conservative. I think he's a man of his convictions, and I think he would make a strong speaker for Republicans. I didn't agree with his stance on January 6th, having said that, though, and I think in our meetings with Congressman Jordan, his request was simply that the House be afforded its opportunity to hear out arguments, which is always the course of what that day entails. Separately, later, we learned that he had separate text to Mark Meadows and saying that he agreed that Pence had these magical authorities that no vice president's ever used in the history of our republic. And I don't think that the Republicans who wanted that would suggest that Kamala Harris should have that authority unilaterally throw out delegates or electoral votes in 2024. So I disagree with him. I disagree with him entirely on that. But I also have high regard for Jim Jordan, and I think that he's a strong conservative who's a person of his convictions.
Not a disqualifying factor.
You know, again, I disagree with him on that, but I don't think it's a disqualifying factor. I think that he's a person of strong convictions.
We heard from Mike Pence, your former boss, just today in New Hampshire. He called the ouster of Kevin McCarthy a breach of trust, and the continued opposition that we've seen from within the party. Somebody's got to say, you know, are you on the team or not? Is he right?
I think he's 100% right. And I think, as I said, I've expressed that those who ousted Kevin partnered with Democrats to do it over false pretenses. But take it a next step. When you have a closed-door meeting and you have a vote internally decide this is who we're going to back, then that's who the team backs. And if you're not willing to do that, there should be repercussions for those who refuse to. And so, I look, I've been worked for members who won leadership elections, members who lost leadership elections. That's the nature of being on one team. And I think those who voted to support Scalise over Jordan had a responsibility on the floor to then push it, not then back away as a conference.
Mark Short, it's great to see you at the table. Thanks for joining Bloomberg Sound On today, as always. Jeannie Shanzano stays with us for some final thoughts straight ahead on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Congressman Ben Cline, the Republican from Virginia, will be with us in just 10 minutes. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Microsoft has completed its $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard after a nearly 2-year fight with global regulators threatened to scuttle the deal. Bobby Kotick is the CEO of Activision Blizzard. And right here on Bloomberg Radio, he told us that the deal is going to be great for talent acquisition.
I think our hope is that over time we'll be able to attract people from the enterprise side of Microsoft to be excited about working in gaming. But I think on a combined basis, it gives us a greater chance to compete against the many, many competitors that are out there today.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Microsoft shares, they are lower today by 1%, seeing broad selling in technology shares. Activision Blizzard, lower little change, down by less than 0.1%. Friday, bank earnings front and center. JP Morgan Chase posted another quarter of record net interest income and boosted its forecast for the year as the company benefits from higher interest rates and its purchase of First Republic Bank. Citigroup rates and currencies traders posted their best third quarter in at least 8 years. Also, Wells Fargo beat analysts' expectations for net interest income. Wells Fargo up 2.7%, Citigroup up now by 0.8%, JP Morgan up 1.8%. Those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington, and we're just getting started here on Sound On. Coming up, our conversation with Congressman Ben Cline. The Republican from Virginia is going to be stepping out of the Republican conference meeting on Speaker to join us right here on Bloomberg and bring us inside the conversation that's happening right now in Washington. Also, we'll add Kaylee Lyons to the conversation in just 5 minutes and some final thoughts ahead with Jeannie Shanzano. First, world and national news. For that, we go back to the newsroom in New York and Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Hi there. We got a lot going on, including in New York City. It is on high alert here. Hamas leaders calling for a global day of protests against Israel as the war intensifies. And Nicholas Bashir's with the FBI says there is no credible threat right now here in the city.
FBI New York is monitoring the posts that are online concerning a day of action, and we are working with our partners to identify any potential threats.
And Bashir is speaking as police bring in barricades right now in Times Square ahead of an expected pro-Palestinian rally. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, meantime, standing beside Israeli Defense Minister in Tel Aviv today. Here's Austin.
The United States has Israel's back, and that is not negotiable.
And Austin speaking as the Israel-Hamas war intensifies. Hamas says Israeli strikes have killed dozens of evacuating people after Israel gave residents 24 hours to evacuate. Ground invasion expected by many. The first State Department organized flights, meantime, taking Americans out of Israel during this conflict. It has just landed in Athens. That's according to U.S. News. Meantime, Hezbollah says it has attacked 4 Israeli army outposts near the border with Lebanon. Saudi Arabia freezing U.S.-backed plans to normalize ties with Israel, and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer leading a congressional delegation to Israel this weekend. A fight among Republicans for House leadership, as we've been talking about, is intensifying. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio has the endorsement of former President Trump. He says he will run again to be House Speaker now that Scalise has withdrawn. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hardern, though, says all bets are off.
There is talk of potentially it just needs to be someone who is completely out of the leadership, who has been out of the leadership this year. The problem is they can only lose, whoever this individual is, if Democrats stay together, they can only lose 4 votes. At some point, you might see a moderate Republican come out and say, listen, I'll have a bipartisan ruling coalition with the Democrats. But we're not there yet.
Not there yet. And Hardern's point, as Hardern pointed out, we're now hearing that Austin Scott is challenging Jordan. Global News 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg, Joe.
Yeah, Denise, let's get into that for a moment as we bring Jeannie Shanzano back into the fold, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Jeannie, we have found another reluctant potential servant in the House. As you just heard Denise mention, Representative Austin Scott says he is in fact going to vie for Speaker against Jim Jordan. And Kaylee Lines, who's going to be with us in just 2 minutes, actually caught up with him on the Hill about 2 minutes ago. Here he is.
I don't know that anybody can get to 217 in our conference.
Do you think you have a better chance than Jim Jordan of that?
I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. Jeannie, we'll see. He tweets, I've filed to be Speaker of the House. We're in Washington to legislate, and I want to lead a House that functions in the best interest of the American people. But I don't know. What do you think, Jeannie?
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to the fact that Jim Jordan, if he wants to be speaker, has a long way to go. And Austin Scott is one of several people who's come out, at least a handful, and said they won't vote for Jordan. I suspect what we will see is either a move to give McHenry some powers that he could do some business of the House. But I also think Jim Jordan's going to work really hard to get this vote onto the floor as quickly as possible. Watch for Trump to play a role, because the right-wing media pushing Jordan and the Republican base is watching the conservative media, and they are calling their representatives. So Jordan does have a leg up in terms of public pressure on members.
Yeah, you better believe the phones are going to be ringing today and this weekend. We'll see if it's a working weekend, and we'll let you know. Jeannie, I hope it's not for you. But thank you for another great week of analysis, and we'll pick this up on Monday. Jeannie Shanzano, live from New York, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lines is on the way in next, because Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
From our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of the new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
It's back to square one in the race for Speaker as Steve Scalise withdraws his name from nomination. Jim Jordan jumps back in, and the Republican race for the Speaker becomes a battle now between Jordan and an impeachment skeptic. We were just talking about Austin Scott now making it official. We're going to talk ahead with a member of the conference who's been in meetings, private meetings throughout the day today, Congressman Ben Cline, the Republican from Virginia, as we try to figure out the way forward here ahead of this weekend that could also include a ground invasion in Gaza. The other story that we're following closely here, painting out of two buckets again today in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines, just back from Capitol Hill. It's another busy day up there, Kaylee, with only one story to talk about because we can't do anything until we get a speaker.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can get any step closer. They're back in conference after earlier today. Once again, that rule that would have made changes, made it so that 217 votes had to be secured before anyone could be the speaker nominee, didn't pass. That was tabled again. So what we're looking for now is a majority, and we'll see whether Jim Jordan or Austin Scott can ultimately get it. But then, as we know, they're going to face the same challenge Steve Scalise did in trying to secure the requisite votes.
Absolutely. 217. And, sometimes it's the simple questions. As you asked Austin Scott, do you actually want this? Here's what he said.
I don't necessarily want to be the Speaker of the House. I want a House that functions correctly. The House is not functioning correctly right now.
Let's bring in Congressman Ben Cline, the Republican from Virginia's 6th Congressional District, is back with us on the phone here, having just emerged from that conference meeting that we've been talking about. Congressman, are you publicly backing a candidate at this stage?
I am, Joe and Kaylee. Good to talk to you. I'm supportive of Chairman Jordan. I'm on the Judiciary Committee, and he's been a great chairman, great leader, and he would make a great speaker.
Okay, Congressman, do you think he's getting there with everybody else? What's going on inside the room at the moment? Does he seem like he's going to have the requisite support?
So we had a conference meeting this morning where, as you said, we dealt with various rules amendments to decide whether we were going to raise the threshold to move to the floor to 217 or 218, and those were withdrawn by general consensus. There's a general consensus that we need to try and operate as a team. We need to focus on unifying as a conference, working together, And so we're going to see who comes out with the majority. My hope is that it's Chairman Jordan, and then that we may have a second vote just to see how much support he has going to the floor, whether there are some outliers who may want to protest because they don't like the way in which the vacancy was created. And that's unfortunate, but we have to put the past behind us. We have to move forward. We have to look at moving ahead with a conservative agenda for the country, and that's why I'm hopeful that Jim Jordan will get the requisite number of votes to move forward.
Congressman, how important is it that this gets done this weekend? We were talking with Mark Short a moment ago, and he seemed to think the next 2 days are imperative to set up an actual successful vote for next week. Is that how you see it?
Well, I think as soon as we can get consensus, we need to move to the floor. We don't need to go home for the weekend. We don't need to take a break. The members know how they feel about Jim Jordan. He's been a member for many years, and he's been a great leader. He has worked with Speaker McCarthy, former Speaker McCarthy, who is supporting Jim Jordan, and Majority Leader Scalise. And so I think there is general consensus that he would be the best candidate. It's just a question of whether we can get to 218. And when we do, we need to move pretty quickly to the floor because there are a lot of pressing issues that we need to address.
Well, and on the idea of moving quickly to the floor, I understand there's some attendance issues within the conference right now, a number of members who are missing, and a lot of Democrats that aren't currently able to be in D.C., at least eminently, as well. Should there be some patience here?
Well, sure. We want to make it possible for everybody to get back, but we caution members not to go home. We caution that there can be votes at any time. And if members decide that they need to up and go home, it's on them to get back soon enough to make the vote. We're not going to sit around in conference and wait for 217 Republicans to show up. But at the same time, we want there to be a general idea of who is going to vote for our nominee and who isn't, and simply avoiding the meetings and avoiding voting in the conference is not the appropriate way to move forward. We need to all be here. We need to talk it out, and we can't just sit in our office and pout.
Congressman, if you could bring us inside the room for a moment. I know you're not supposed to tell us a lot of what's said in there, and we do appreciate the fact that you've given us some time on the phone in the middle of this whole process. But what's the tenor like? You know, we hear about the 5 families in the Republican conference. Are people arguing? Do you have individuals speaking to the entire room? Are you broken up into groups? How's this working?
Well, we're in the largest committee room in the House. It's the Ways and Means Committee. And there's a table up front with 2 members sitting there, Mr. Scott and Mr. Jordan. And conference chair Elise Stefanik is moderating, and members are standing before 2 mics, just in line, and there's no Republican, mic for one side for one caucus and one for another. It's just Republican, conservative, moderate, lining up and asking questions, and each member gets to answer. And we're asking about everything from policy issues to the way in which the vacancy was created, how the members feel about that, how members are needing to come together to unify, and the divisions that have really riven the conference. And we need to address those, and we need to be upfront about it and not just dance around them. And that's what we're doing. We're confronting each other. All the phones have been taken outside and put in cubbies. So no phones are in there. We're being honest with each other, and that's a great way to handle our differences.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're going to hang up the phone with us and put it right back in the cubby, Congressman, before you head back in there. As they are answering these questions, are there promises being made?
Not to my knowledge. Members have been asked, as Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan were asked, if they had promised anything, and both said no. And so Austin Scott, I haven't heard him get asked that question, but we prefer to just go up or down based on who we think the best leader will be for the conference and for the nation.
We've been hearing from Liz Cheney, Congressman, about Jim Jordan. We just talked to Mark Short about this a moment ago here in studio. She tweeted today that Jim Jordan was involved in Trump's conspiracy to steal the election and seize power. He urged that Pence refuse to count lawful electoral votes. If he becomes Speaker, Republicans will be abandoning the Constitution. What do you say in response to that?
We're the defenders of the Constitution. We are the only branch or half of a branch of government that is standing firm for the Constitution. And we need to get a speaker elected so that the House can continue to stand strong for the Constitution. I'm disappointed in that kind of attack on a member of Congress. I've served with Liz Cheney. She didn't win her reelection, and that's she's able to have her point of view, but that's not the view inside the conference, and that's not the view really for the country. The country's elected a Republican majority, and this Republican majority is going to represent a majority of Americans with common sense conservative policies moving forward.
So the allegations around Jim Jordan and January 6th were not brought up in the Republican conference meeting?
Not to my knowledge. I've been in and out, and I'm out right now, but not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Congressman, can you just give us a sense of, while you're in the room there, if there is a feeling that this is going to be wrapped up quickly, or is there more discussion happening about potentially expanding the powers of Patrick McHenry in his pro tem position?
No, there are very few members who would support expanding the powers of a temporary speaker. The office of temporary speaker was only created after 9/11. Former Speaker McCarthy was able to put a list of members in an envelope that was not to be opened until he vacated the office, and when he did, it was Patrick McHenry at top. He's a very capable chairman of the Banking Committee, and he is doing a great job, but his only job is to move forward with electing a new speaker, and we're doing that right now. We anticipate that after this exchange of views occurs, we're going to have moved to a vote, and so hopefully we'll have it resolved today. That's our goal. I knock on wood as I say that.
Yeah, sure. What's the feeling from some of those in the Freedom Caucus and outside of the Freedom Caucus who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy? We heard Matt Gaetz say the other day, long live Speaker Scalise. He told us he'd vote for either Scalise or Jordan. Is the temperature coming down at all among that group? It's kind of been like a game of whack-a-mole, Congressman. Each day it's a different list of names who are opposed to something.
It is tough when you have a very slim majority. You've got an outsized influence by a limited number. And what we have to make sure of is that all concerns are addressed and that everybody gets their say. Now, former Speaker McCarthy is being the leader that we know him to be by standing up and saying we need to get behind Jim Jordan. And that, says a lot. Their relationship has not always been harmonious at times. They've both been on the Hill a long time. So for them to come together at this point in time shows the gravity of the moment and the need to elect a leader who's going to move us ahead quickly.
Congressman, you just referenced there the fact that the Republican Party is working with a very slim majority here, and there has been growing murmurs in the last 24 hours because of that and because of what right now seems like an inability of the conference to coalesce around one candidate with 217 votes, that maybe there is work to be done with Democrats here. What do you say to that?
Well, I say that's very unlikely. I mean, Republicans recognize that we lead best when we lead with Republicans. And so we hope to have a Republican speaker. We don't think that the agenda of the previous speaker before Kevin McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi, is the one we need to return to. It jacked up inflation rates. The excess spending has done a number on the budgets of hardworking families when it comes to the pump or in the grocery store. And we don't want to go back to that. We also want to stand up to this administration. This administration has been flouting the Constitution, and we need to hold them accountable. And so majority Republican House is going to be able to continue to do that.
Congressman, you've been very generous with your time here, and we really do appreciate it. Has there been an effort inside the conference meeting to try to get ahead of that and send a message maybe to some moderate Republicans from a state like New York who might be considering voting for a Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, I haven't spoken to a single New York Republican who's interested in voting for Hakeem Jeffries. In fact, some of the New York Republicans I've talked to have worked with Hakeem Jeffries in the New York Assembly and know him to be a partisan who does not reach across the aisle, and that his rhetoric right now is really little more than an effort to interfere and sow chaos in the House majority. So we're going to continue to work to elect a Republican majority. We're not going to take the bait that Hakeem Jeffries is trying to lure members in with. His talk of bipartisanship for the first time that I've heard, and we'll continue to lead as a Republican majority that elects a Republican speaker, and hopefully that'll happen later today.
Well, Congressman, your former Republican Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, did work with Hakeem Jeffries on some bipartisan initiatives, including the CR that ultimately led to his ouster, the debt limit deal from earlier this year as well. Would you not want a future Speaker Jordan or whomever to work with Democrats in the same way?
Well, we absolutely do, but we won't betray our principles on the altar of bipartisanship. What we have to do is continue to lead in a conservative way. The American people think that the federal government is too big, too bloated, and does too much, interferes in our lives and in our freedoms and our liberties too much. And so they're looking for a House that's going to take the lead in rolling back some of this excessive spending, getting the woke and weaponized government out of the budget. And we need to finish. We're only halfway through our appropriations bills in the House. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. We're desperate to get back to work. The Senate hasn't passed a single appropriations bill. They're going to try and jam us later this year with an omnibus, and we just can't allow that to happen. So we need to get back to work. The election of a speaker later today will help to make that happen.
Wait, Congressman, if there's an altar of bipartisanship, I want you to tell me where that is, because I'm going there. Just to pick up on what you just said, though, you expect a vote today?
Yes, we will have a vote today. They're concluding the interviews right now of the candidates, and once that happens, we anticipate there to be a nomination and a vote, and we'll just see how the vote goes, and hopefully we'll have near 218. I don't know that we're going to demand complete unanimity to go to the floor, but if we're close, then you may see an effort to move to the floor expeditiously.
Do you think, unlike Steve Scalise, Congressman, that Jim Jordan would be willing to put this on the floor immediately, or is he going to try to whip more votes first?
Well, I think you want to make sure that everybody's united. And so if there are holdouts, and there will be, no doubt, there are still people who are frustrated with the way that the office was vacated and that the way that it's gone over the past 2 weeks. But I do think that those can be resolved. Those differences can be resolved. And I think given time, Jim Jordan can work it out. Is it going to be 3 votes, 4 votes, or the 30 votes that he's going to have to move to unify? And that is going to dictate how much time we're going to need to move to the floor.
Wow. Congressman, thank you for stopping down for us. I hope we didn't get you in trouble with anyone on the staff here today. Congressman Ben Cline, the Republican from Virginia, ducking out of the Republican conference meeting in the House. We'd love to stay in touch with you, sir, as we have been with so many lawmakers this week. Kaylee, fascinating to get inside the minds of Republican members who don't agree with everybody on how this is going to end.
Yeah, and to get some insight into how exactly this is going down in the room right now, questions being answered. It's just a question of if any of these answers get either Scott or Jordan closer to what they need to actually get the gavel. Even if they do this vote on who the nominee is, we've seen how uphill that battle is.
Absolutely. And having Austin Scott jump in just made it a lot more difficult for Jim Jordan to do this. Like any race, when you start adding candidates, things start to get cut up in different ways here. I haven't heard anywhere that level of detail on how things are actually formatted and being conducted inside the room. That was fascinating. Little fly on the wall situation for you there from Ben Cline. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, alongside Kaylee Lyons, just back from Capitol Hill. We're going to add Ryan Teague Beckwith to the conversation next. Bloomberg politics reporter, who we know has thoughts on the politics of the speaker. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. The automaker Stellantis has announced an additional 700 temporary Indiana layoffs. Stellantis says those layoffs will be at the Kokomo plants, and they are effective today. There are roughly 34,000 United Auto Workers Union workers already striking 6 assembly plants and 38 parts distribution facilities. U.S. stocks continue to trade mixed in a volatile session ahead of the weekend. Stocks fell, bonds rose as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza left traders looking for safety ahead of the weekend. Now, gold is surging the most since March. The precious metal now up by $60 the ounce to $19.29. That is a gain of 3.2%. S&P 500 index does remain lower, down 20 points, decline there of 0.5%. The Dow up 56, up 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 169 points, down 169, drop there of 1.2%. Tough day for a lot of the big tech names. The Nasdaq 100 Index down 192, down 1.3%. So to be clear, Nasdaq down 1.3%. The S&P down 0.5%. The Dow does remain higher by 0.2%. 10-year yield now 4.62%. We do have the 2-year yielding 5.05%. Big move higher today for crude oil amid the anxiety and uncertainty in the Middle East. West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.8%, 87.71 right now for a barrel of WTI. Citigroup shares among the banks out with earnings today. Citigroup up by 0.9%. J.P. Morgan Chase up 2%, and Wells Fargo up by 3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
A lot of soul-searching happening inside the Ways and Means Committee room in the House Longworth office building. I believe it's 1100 Longworth. Is that where you were today, Kaylee Lines?
Yes.
I actually pulled that off the top of my head.
That's pretty impressive.
Myself.
Yeah.
I'm not very good with numbers, I have to admit. But that's an important room because it's one of the biggest ones they have. And you put the entire Republican conference in there. Fascinating to hear from Ben Klein. They've got it set up almost like a reality show in there, or maybe a debate, I guess. There's a dais. You've got the two candidates. There's essentially a moderator, and they're going conservative, moderate with the questioning.
Yeah.
With Jim Jordan and Austin Scott at the front of the room, and Elise Stefanik is running the show.
Right.
You can't get this stuff anywhere else. There are no cameras allowed.
Phones
They're even
in the
checking
cubby.
their phones at the door. So you were up there earlier. You talked to a lot of folks, including Austin Scott, who is now running, by the way. That's kind of our bigger headline of the day. There are now two, again, Jim Jordan and Austin Scott. Ben Klein seems to think we could vote today, but then again, maybe not.
Right. There's a huge question about attendance, My understanding is that there's 7 Republicans who were not there this morning, at least.
Yeah, so that changes all the math.
And a number of Democrats who are concerned as well. So there's that on the one hand. Then there's just the other consideration that once again this morning, they had the opportunity to decide to change the rules and make sure someone has 217 votes before getting the nomination and going to the floor. And once again, they decided not to do that. So even if we do get this closed ballot, secret ballot today behind closed doors, and someone ends up the nominee, there is no guarantee at that point, just as happened with Steve Scalise, that they can get the votes they need to actually get the gavel. And we could end up at square one again. At this point, it's anyone's guess.
We kind of are, aren't we?
Yeah, I guess this is back to square one.
Seems like square one. Square two, fine. Either way, I'm thinking Steve Scalise had to sleep in this morning, right? Last night, he shut off the alarm. He slept in. The sun was coming in around the blinds after he delivered this message late yesterday.
There's some folks that really need to look in the mirror over the next couple of days and decide, are we going to get it back on track? Are they going to try to pursue their own agenda? You can't do both. And I think we're going to get there. I was very clear in that room that ultimately we have to come together for the country.
Ryan Teague Beckwith joins now from an undisclosed location here in the nation's capital. Bloomberg politics reporter. Ryan, it's good to see you. What do you do the day after you withdraw for Speaker?
I mean, they still need your vote. They got to get to 217 there. So that means him and Kevin McCarthy are going to have to show up and, raise their hand for whoever the winner is, which feels like it's got to be extra painful for both of them.
I would imagine so. And of course, the two individuals who are now trying to be the winner are Jim Jordan and Austin Scott. Austin Scott yesterday, before Steve Scalise had even tossed his hat out of the ring, was speaking with another network, asked what this made the conference look like. And his answer was a bunch of idiots. And Ryan, my question to you is that how this is being reflected outside the Beltway as well? I mean, what does this say about the Republican Party in the House of Representatives?
I was thinking the setup you were describing inside the Ways and Means committee room sounds a little bit like Family Feud, with everybody jumping on each side, trying to get the right answer. And
Steve Harvey should be moderating.
Survey says no. I mean, this is painful. The longer I think that there's a certain tolerance outside the Beltway for they're having some dispute about this or that, as long as things get resolved relatively quickly. But the longer something like a shutdown or not having a speaker drags on, the more people start to think like these people can't govern. And that's a really damaging image, perception, or perhaps reality to be sending to the country right now when we're literally 13 months out from a general election in which you're going to be making the case that you should hand the keys to the city over to us.
We'll still go a little further there, Ryan. Let's say this takes days or weeks, or maybe it ends up in some sort of unity speaker. I kind of find that hard to believe, but this could take a lot more turns. It could cross over a government shutdown deadline and maybe worse toward the end of the year. Did Republicans risk doing long-term damage to the brand?
I mean, I think this is the brand right now. I mean, the brand is that the party is really divided and that the moderates are struggling to sort of maintain control. And that is a problem that they have. And if you look at the Republican primary where Donald Trump is sort of winning by double digits, and yet there's this huge chunk of people who would rather not have him, that pretty much sends the same sort of signal there. So this is kind of what you would expect. I think it's surprising in that the number of people that it's taking to sort of cause this all to fall apart is so small. It is really surprising that it only takes like 8, 9, 10 House Republicans to cause this much chaos. So that's a little different in that when you're looking at like the presidential campaign, there's lots and lots of voters involved. There's lots of candidates involved. There's more candidates running for president than there are people currently causing the House Republicans this much heartburn. I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Wow. Context is everything. Comparison is everything. Ryan, that's what's going on inside the Republican Party. But increasingly, there is a conversation about some of those moderates to which you were referring who maybe aren't necessarily in charge right now. Could they team up with Democrats? Could we see some kind of coalition forming here, actually a bipartisan effort to get someone the gavel who everyone, or at least enough people, can agree with? Do you buy that? Can that politically survive in this moment?
In theory, you could do something like that. The problem is that for most members of Congress, they represent districts that are so solidly Republican or Democratic that the really only risk that they have to losing office is a primary challenge. And so the only thing that would just absolutely guarantee a primary challenge is joining together with Democrats to pick a speaker, even if it was someone that people in your district might like. That would just absolutely guarantee that there would be a Republican who would say, we need a Republican who will vote for Republicans. And that's it. That's you've lost the primary. And primaries are dominated by the most base from each party. So the only chance for anything like that is in any of the states where they don't have to worry about that. Currently in Alaska, because of their Final Five system that they have, you could probably avoid that kind of concern if you were, unfortunately they have a Democrat, so that's not going to help them in this case. But like if you had more states where they didn't have a traditional primary and you didn't have to worry about the primary, then you might have the possibility of something like a coalition government. We just don't have a system right now that allows for that.
I can't imagine the level that we would need to get to reach that level of complacency or capitulation is the word I'm looking for in the U.S. House. Ryan, getting back to the family feud here, what's your expectation over the next couple of days if they can't settle on a Jordan or a Scott? Are we still in a world where someone who has not been named yet could be the Speaker of the House?
I mean, I've thought that Jordan would have a steep hill to climb, in part because he is just so conservative and he is so closely aligned with the Trump wing that the moderates, and that's currently what's going on. I mean, I don't think Scott is actually running for Speaker. I think he's running for let's not pick Jim Jordan as Speaker.
Yeah.
And putting his name out there, but to make it easier for someone to vote for him and block Jordan. And that's all he's really attempting to do. So he's actually kind of doing the moderate version of what the conservatives were doing previously, which is just use your small number to jam things up and prevent the other side from consolidating. So I don't expect that he's actually going to be the Speaker either. I think that we're going to have to find someone else. The problem is the last time that something like this happened, they wrote in Paul Ryan, who absolutely did not want the job. They wrote in Paul Ryan and kind of kicking and screaming and said, you got to do this for the good of the country. And he did it. And he was a consensus candidate that they could all come around. I had thought that Scalise seemed to fit the profile, conservative enough to satisfy the conservatives, but enough of a machine politician that the moderates would be okay with him. But the fact that he couldn't get there means I don't know who they pull in at this point, which is probably one reason why Kevin McCarthy is hanging around. Every day that goes by, he kind of looks and says, hey, it wasn't so bad, right?
I keep going there. Ryan Teague Beckwith, Bloomberg Politics reporter, who says, we're going to need to find someone else. Thank you, Ryan. Have a great weekend as we bring you up to date now on world and national news. To New York, here's Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Yeah, Joe, we're watching Israeli troops and what's happening there. We're getting word they are carrying out new raids in Gaza. That's according to Hamas, saying dozens of evacuating people have been killed by new Israeli airstrikes ahead of what some are calling an expected ground invasion there. Meantime, the State Department is organizing evacuations for U.S. citizens from Israel. The first of those flights has landed in Athens, and Hezbollah carrying out fresh attacks on Israeli army posts. So just a lot going on here. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at an Israeli air base.
You're playing a big part in a really, really important endeavor here. And the Israelis are doing what they need to do to protect their sovereignty and protect their people. They're going to need to do a lot more. They're going to need a lot more stuff.
And Austin warning others hoping to take advantage to stay out of the conflict. Meantime, police are now putting barricades up, Joe, in Times Square. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators, meantime, they are now lined up, and they are praying there in Times Square ahead of this protest. Global News 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at a mixed market right now. The S&P in the red. Wall Street seeking safety amid geopolitical angst. The Dow higher. S&P, NASDAQ, they are both lower. Stocks fell, bonds rose as signs Israel is preparing for a ground invasion of Gaza. Left traders looking for safety ahead of the weekend. So here's where we stand. The Dow is higher amid bank earnings. Right now we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 28 points, higher by about 0.1%. S&P down 22 now, a decline there of 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 162 points. That is a drop of 1.2%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index also down by 1.2%. 10-year yield 4.63% for the 2-year right now, 5.06%. Spot gold surging $59 the ounce to $19.27, a gain there of 3.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 5.3%, 87.41 for a barrel of WTI. Americans turned dour on the economic outlook as inflation worries intensified. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index fell 5 points this month, the sharpest loss in more than a year. Americans see inflation rising at 3.8% over the next year, the highest in 5 months. Blame it on groceries and gasoline. Americans with a high school diploma or less reported a big drop in confidence. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Bank earnings Friday. We've got J.P. Morgan Chase after earnings up 1.9%. Citigroup had been higher for much of the session. It has just moved lower, down little change to down less than 0.1%. While Wells Fargo after earnings up now by 2.8%. Recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The S&P down 0.5%. 10-year yield 4.62%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We're hearing now from the Treasury Secretary from overseas on what could be the eve of a ground invasion of Gaza. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lines. It's unclear exactly how this is going to go, but we could actually be seeing the early stages of some movement here. Kaylee, we've seen 300,000 troops amassed along the Gaza border here. And we spoke earlier with former Ambassador James Jeffrey, who did not encourage us or bring a lot of optimism. It was a very sobering take on what was about to happen here with regard to civilians. Yep. It's impossible to evacuate 1 million people, clearly, in 24 hours.
And that evacuation notice, of course, was given, and you are seeing hundreds of thousands of individuals trying to get out of Gaza, which we know can be incredibly difficult. The question remains, though, as we await a potential ground invasion of Gaza, is this going to stay contained to there? And that is what Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, who is currently at the IMF World Bank meetings in Marrakesh, is talking about. She says it's critically important to prevent a wider Middle East war. She goes on to say that you're not seeing a major economic ripple effect from this conflict, but I would maybe, and I'm not quoting her on this, but that might be a yet as we wait to see ultimately what happens.
With a lot of questions about whether there could be a second front. We bring in our colleague from New York, David Weston, who we talk to each week at this time, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, and our friend here on Sound On. It's great to see you, David. What a week we've had when you consider, we talk every Friday, the extent to which the world has changed between our conversations over the past couple of weeks. And here we are now, potentially on the eve of this ground invasion, which it does look like is going to happen. Are your eyes on the oil market? What are you watching when it comes to the market or economic impact of all this?
Well, like I saw, we're watching carefully what's going on in Israel and in Gaza and wondering what happens next. But for us on Wall Street Week, we've been trying to figure out what does it mean for investors. Thus far, I must say the markets have been reasonably subdued. But we turn to somebody who invests a lot of money, about $112 billion assets under management for high net wealth and ultra high net wealth individuals. He's Greg Fleming of Rockefeller Capital Management. And what he told us was basically, this is a way that investors like to deal or have to deal with geopolitics.
Investors, David, have a hard time measuring geopolitical risk.
And history would suggest that a lot of the immediate downturn that occurs on the back of different geopolitical events tends to reverse over the following months. So the big issue in a place like the Middle East today for investors is, does it expand? Will it move into a regional conflict, bringing in nation states like Iran, and then ultimately impacting things like the price of oil that would have an impact on the global economy? You know, if you look at local markets in the Middle East today, they've had a fairly moderate reaction, down a little bit. The Israeli stock market in Tel Aviv was off the first day, but has been in a range since, so that even the local players so far are measured in response. But our investors here in the U.S., no fundamental change at this point in time, other than sitting here and witnessing these unimaginable horrors that the rest of us are watching.
So the area here from an investor's perspective, and I must say, Kaylee and Joe, it sounds a little bit like the Treasury Secretary, which is the question is, does it spread? And if so, how far does it spread? At this point, it seems to be relatively contained when it comes to the markets. But if this spreads beyond, certainly to Lebanon, Syria, and specifically to Iran, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
And of course, David, as you look at the geopolitical risk, in some way you could argue it's amplified by domestic risk at home, where Joe and I have just been talking for, I mean, frankly, the better part of more than a week now about the idea that we do not have a Speaker of the House. The U.S. Congress at this moment is unable to respond to anything if necessary. How could that kind of amplify the market considerations here?
Well, listen, uncertainty is not good for the markets, period. It's just not helpful. And goodness knows we have uncertainty right now. Not only do we not have a Speaker of the House, but you know far better than I, you're in Washington. I'm not sure at this point we even have anybody who wants the job, since Steve Scalise said no thanks very much. So there's total disarray. Who knows what's going to happen? But there are a lot of things going on, including in the Middle East, but here domestically as well, that we need a functioning Congress, and we need a House of Representatives that can vote on things like aid for Israel, but going well beyond that. That can't be good for the markets over the long term.
Looks like they might vote as early as today. David, I wonder what you think of this kind of throw fate to the wind approach that we're seeing inside a caucus that cannot agree. There was an attempt to try to put some guardrails around this and raise the threshold for nomination. But if we see another 15 rounds like we did in January with Kevin McCarthy, does it do lasting damage to the brand, or is the idea of transparency refreshing?
Well, I'm not sure that many people on Wall Street would call this refreshing. That's an interesting word in that sentence. I mean, lasting damage to the brand, there's been some damage already, I think we'd have to say, given where we are. Lasting damage, I mean, if you can always overcome things. We've been through worse in the country. We've been through worse even in the Congress. But this is not helping any sense of confidence that we have capable, competent leadership that's leading us forward, as I say, at a time of a great deal of uncertainty, both domestically and internationally. It just can't be good.
And of course, if ultimately there is a Speaker of the House, what they're going to have to do is figure out how to fund the government beyond November 17th in a bipartisan manner or risk a shutdown. And we've seen warnings from credit agencies, David, about the political discord in Washington, also just the trajectory of the debt as well. And I would imagine that's something that lingers for Wall Street.
Well, exactly, Kelly. And listen, this is getting beyond really my ken, but I have read accounts that, in fact, when there was that downgrade of the U.S. debt because of some of the uncertainty, there was questions raised about it, that really raised the risk premium on the 10-year, on U.S. Treasuries, because necessarily, if we have some doubt about exactly where the U.S. government is going, when we're borrowing this much money all the time, including in that 30-year auction just yesterday, that raises the risk premium, which raises the cost of capital for everybody, including the U.S. government.
David, what else do you have coming up tonight on Wall Street Week?
Well, we've got Richard Haas on the subject of the Middle East and what's coming up next. We're also going to talk with PGIM's co-CEO of real estate about what's going on in the real estate business, because, you know, meanwhile, back at the farm, there is this major issue on commercial real estate and where that's going, how bad it is, and when we'll be through it. So we'll be talking about all that tonight.
As we head for a potential very painful reset in rates. David, it's great to see you. Thanks for always bringing your voice of reason here. We'll be watching Wall Street Week after Balance of Power at 6 p.m. Washington time, Bloomberg Radio and TV, and of course, well, here on YouTube as well. If you're listening to us on the radio or the satellite, join us on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Global News. You'll find me and Kaylee here in studio. We'll meet you there. This is Bloomberg.